with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light in the darkest times to make it bright, Life's dreams, we're all by your side, Keep on doing what you do, girl, you're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our last street star, keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah, New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey there. Happy Friday. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truths. This is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. It is 9:34 a.m. Damn it, I usually do it by 9:33, but I hit it late. 9:34 a.m. on May 17th, 2024. It is overcast and icky here right now. I'm coming at you live from Hoboken, New Jersey. I've been watching a lot of things lately about people doxing other people, and I'm like, well, it'd be kind of dumb to do that to me since I give all my information out. I don't give a fuck. What are you going to do? Send one of my cop friends to my house? I'll give them coffee. They go away. That is not a challenge, by the way. Don't take it that way. It is a happy Friday. And good M to my chat. Look, I got Wolfram dropping links like it's hot. He wipes his paws, lopes in, and howls. Ow! That was the best howl I got, babe. Sorry. I'm still waking up. Inya Mers, how you doing? Inya out you all around you. She said, happy Friday. Happy Friday to everybody out there. I hope you had a wonderful week, and I hope you're heading into an even more wonderful weekend. There's nothing monumental going on this weekend, so no Mother's Day, none of that. I'm still recovering from Mother's Day because, as you know, my mother came by here, and I do need to recover from her visits. And it was a surprise visit, so it's like great. It's been a pretty uneventful week. There's a lot going down in Tennessee right now. We got a lot of YouTubers, a lot of streamers that we all know and love meeting up at Dollywood. They met up yesterday at Dollywood. I have no idea what's on the agenda today. I know tonight's Friday Night Live should be interesting. I'll be popping in there sporadically because I didn't drink Wednesday night like I said I was going to. Instead, I fell asleep. And I slept till, I don't know, around 12 o'clock at night. So I slept about 9 hours. I got up, talked to Winning for a little while. a very little while. And I was like, I'm going back to sleep. He was like, okay. And I went back to sleep. And I woke up yesterday morning like, holy hell. I really I slept. I caught up on so much sleep, which was great because then last night I was talking to, friends that went to Dollywood and we're having a great time. And so I only got like 3 hours sleep last night. Yeah. Because by the time I got off the phone with them, I thought I was tired. I was yawning. My eyes were closing. And you ever do that thing where you're like, oh, just let me get up, go to the bathroom, you know, clean up a little bit. That this is a girl thing, I swear. Because we get up and we're like, oh, I'll just run to the bathroom, run back to bed. I'll go right back to sleep. Yeah, that doesn't happen. We get up, we go to the bathroom. On the way back, we're like, oh, this has to be put away, put that away. Oh, I can clean this up real quick, clean that up real quick. Then by the time you get back to bed, you're like, fuck, now I'm awake. Look at that. I lasted 3 whole minutes before I cursed. Look at that. See, it's like a new record for me. Listen, I am who I am. I tell Winning all the time when he's like, yeah, I got to watch everything I say. I'm like, bro, you knew what you were getting into when you met me. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. He never bitches about how I am. Never complains. He first of all, he knows I don't take criticism well. But no, he never complains. He puts up with a lot with me. I mean, granted, that's a two-way street, but no, I am who I am. You come here knowing you're always going to get the same person. You might get different sides of me. I might be telling you about yourself if I'm pissed off, or I might be crying if I'm in an emotional kind of place, or I might just ramble on and not really know what I'm talking about, which is what's going to be today's stream. Now, is it fate or free will? Because last night I chose to bypass the first round of sleepiness so that I could talk to Winning and hang out with Winning, because I hadn't hung out with them much during the day because I was asleep. I did keep sleeping on and off all day yesterday. I mean, there were little naps here. I missed a lot of phone calls. I was very much in recharge mode. And when I'm in that type of isolation that I put myself in, I don't reach out to anybody. I mean, I had a couple texts from Winning and Shelly. Shelly, are you there? Shelly, what's going on? Are you in hiding or are you sleeping? What are you doing? And I was just like, because he knows me. He knows if I'm in a state, I'll just retreat and I won't talk to anybody except for him. I literally will just block out the whole world. My own mother can't get through to me. So to all those people who sent me DMs and who called me, I am so sorry I didn't get back to you. I will. It's just, I know that some of them are going to take a lot of energy and I don't have it yet. I'm getting there though. However, back to what I was talking about tonight. Oh yeah. Tonight is going to be, I think Friday Night Live is going to be a little crazy tonight. And I don't know how often I'm going to get to jump in because I have that drink left. And like I told you, it's close to 12 shots of rum that's in that damn drink. And I am not exaggerating. It's a lot. And let's say I overestimate and it's only 6 shots of rum. I'm still going to be, fucked up. And I tend to not have a filter when I drink. I'm very happy. All I want to do is love on everybody. But I don't hold my tongue at all. At all. And I know people say, oh, she has no filter, whatever. Even the song says, Shelly, no filter. I have the best filter you guys have ever seen. Because if you knew what I really wanted to say half the time, oh, you'd run in the other direction. You really would. Or you'd shit yourself a little bit. Like, because you never know what's going to come out of my mouth or what's going to go in it. Whatever, you know. I know it's very early for that. I'm only 10 minutes in. I feel like I've been on for over an hour and still have nothing to say. Who we kidding? I always have something to say. But yeah, no, whatever I do tonight, I am handing the reins over to win because mm, I'm gonna need adult supervision, and he's the closest thing to an adult I've got. So we'll see how that goes. But I also plan on watching SmackDown tonight because I'm into this whole QR code thing and the whole Ladybird like mystery, and it's just oh man, it's driving me crazy. It's driving me crazy because I wasn't into wrestling when Bray Wyatt did his his Playhouse and when the Fiend was out and all that. I didn't get into wrestling until after he passed away. And he's one of the reasons that I actually became interested because I mean, I always thought of wrestlers as they're just, they're shit actors. It's fake, it's whatever, blah blah blah. And I just wrote it off because when I was young, it wasn't as fake, but people always said it was. Um, and I don't know, it just didn't satisfy that that violent need in me. Because I grew up with like Roddy Piper and Hulk Hogan, and I knew they hit each other with stuff, and I knew that the moves were real and everything. But their acting, their little stories together were so over the top. It was like so much worse than like soap operas. It was just so overacted. And I just didn't like it then. Now I'd eat that shit up with a spoon. But because I'd rather have the overacted fake funny drama than real life drama because that shit sucks. Um and I've watched a couple streams, especially lately, with nothing but drama. And it's like I laugh when people say I have like a drama channel or whatever. And I'm like, no, I really don't. Because I don't start fights with people. I don't return fire when they fire at me because I could give a fuck. They can go fuck themselves. Um, I don't really do the drama here. And yet I still get labeled like a drama channel. And it's like, you know what? Things happen in life that's not drama, it's just life events. And if you can't tell the difference, well, then you're part of the problem. So anyway, I got into it because Winning was a fan of Bray Wyatt. Um, and when he passed, I was on a call with Winning when he found out, and he was really upset. And I was like, dude, it's like I wanted to say, dude, it's a wrestler. Like, okay, yeah, I'm sorry he died, but like, why are you so affected? And eventually I did ask. And he told me that, this was the thing. He was somebody that, he enjoyed watching and he believed in, like his whole message and everything. And, him and his kid, would watch it. And it was a bonding thing. So it was very sentimental to him and it affected him. And so he'd start like showing me little clips here and there and whatever. And at first I thought the Playhouse was like so bizarre, but I was like, all right, reserve judgment, Shell. Like, just step back and watch and see if you're going to like it. And I did, because as outrageous as Bray acted when he was doing the Playhouse and as bizarre as I found the Fiend, Bray was really like endearing. Um, I don't know. There was something about him. He had this unholy, like childlike gleefulness about him that I respected because he was out there to be like, bam. And I've told y'all how I feel about people who kind of do the shocking thing. Hey, cool gamer, what's up? Happy Friday. Uh, so I have a lot of respect for people who step outside the norm. I'm not talking about like trans whatevers or anything like nothing like that. I'm talking about people who do shit for the shock value. And to say he wasn't shocking would be a gross lie. And you said I used to say, I don't know why I'm so hungover. I only had one drink. My husband was like, it was a 20-ounce glass. Oh, girl. I've been there. I actually used to like I'd go drinking with the guys from work because we had a bar up on the 5th floor of our company. It was company owned. And because I worked for Danish people and they like their drink. So we had a fully, stocked bar. It was a huge like wraparound bar on the 5th floor, and we had like a dartboard and there was a pool table and like everything. And big TVs, always a soccer game. There was always a soccer game on, or a rugby game, or whatever the hell it was. Something with a ball. I'm not really into sports. I never have been. I can play them. I used to be able to play them, but watch them on TV, yeah. So yeah, I used to go drinking up at the bar with them on Friday after work. And eventually my boss, Michael, and I just decided to move our weekly meeting up to the conference room, which was on the 5th floor, so that we could hold it in the bar so that we could smoke and drink at the same time while we were working. And it was great because it was, it's like pre-gaming for the actual party. And let me tell you, we would congregate up there, like everybody from the company. They would come over from Bayonne and from Port Elizabeth, and everybody would meet there after work, and we would drink till 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. But I was up there one day with him, and I was in the meeting. It wasn't actually after work. I remember it was in the meeting because I had this like 400-page report in front of me that I kept referencing mind you, the president was not the president. He was the president of Shipco, but he wasn't the president of like the parent company, but he was president of the corporate in the United States. Klaus was his name. Another Klaus. When you work for Danes, you have this Klaus and that, again, descriptors. You're like Klaus the boss, and Klaus in Houston, and Klaus in this one. So he was there, and I kept having to give him figures from this report. And because it's the president, my nerves were a little meh. And Michael was like, here, have a drink before. And I was like, all right. And Klaus came in, and he was like, no, don't down that. Like, it's okay. It's okay, with his thick accent. He was like, just drink it. Just drink it. And he was like, it's fine. He was like, pour me one. So Michael poured him one. And I'm sitting there nursing what I think is one glass of wine, right? Because it was white wine. And it had, like ice cubes in it. Every once in a while, Michael would plunk another ice cube in there and be like, it's too watery. I'm all right. And I'm drinking. And by the time 5 o'clock rolled around, and Klaus had already left, and everybody's got all their figures or whatever, I was like, how am I this drunk? Because I was seeing double. I don't even know what figures I gave him. At one point, I just opened the report, found the number, pointed to it, and looked at the girl next to me, Lois, and she was like, okay. And she's reading it. And because I couldn't see the numbers, I could see like the big numbers, but the little like totals at the end, I couldn't see them because my eyes were crossing. And I was like, I don't get it. I'm never this drunk. It was like half a glass of wine. And I was like, that it had ice in it. It should have been watered down. I should have been fine. And Michael was like, one glass. He said, I've refilled that like 4 or 5 times. I was like, oh, you son of a bitch. And he was like, I kept giving you ice. I was like, somebody call my husband because there's no way I'm getting downstairs by myself. And he did. He had to come to work, and he didn't want to come upstairs, but he came up. He was very uncomfortable because at this point it's like 9 o'clock at night because I started talking. And as you know, I can talk for 4 hours straight and not worry about anything. And he came up to get me. He was so uncomfortable. And I didn't want to leave. I was like, I don't want to go anywhere. I'm talking. He was like, you literally just called me to tell me to come get you. I was like, because they made me, because they were like, oh, you want to go home? And you said you wanted to go home. And I was like, yeah. And they were like, we just figured, you were going to pass out soon. I was like, nah. And that was the night that he picked me up and we went to Food Town. He was like, your grandmother has a list. I was like, of what? He was like, groceries. I was like, all right, let's go. And I walked through the whole supermarket just hugging people. It was terrible. I can't. I have no excuse. Every single person I saw, I was like, hi, I'm Shelly. Hi. You're so pretty. You're so tall. You're so this. You're so that. You're a little chubby, but I want to like hug you. Like, that's the kind of shit that I was saying. But I told everybody I loved them. I hugged every single one of them. And my poor husband was appalled. And he said something to me. I remember going down the chip aisle because I was like, I need pretzels. And he was like, oh, here we go. And I went down the chip aisle and he was like, I drink. We both can't drink. And I said, oh, stop. And he was on the left of me. Now, this is with my left hand, y'all. All I did was like slap a little bit out at like what I thought was waist level. But apparently I went higher. And I just smacked him in the stomach, like, oh, stop it, just fooling around. Hey, Wolfkinder, what's up? And I dropped him. I literally dropped. I didn't realize, I guess my hand was closed and I must have swung a little bit too forcefully and I hit him right in the solar plexus. And I literally knocked the wind out of him. And everybody was like, oh, and I was like, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Cause that's how I talk when I'm drunk. Obviously that's my recollection. And he was just kneeling on the floor. I was like, yeah, right. And he's like, oh my God, you shouldn't be that strong. I was get up, you pussy. And he got up and whatever. I was like making out with him on the checkout line or whatever. Because that's how I am when I'm drunk. I'm just all over you. That's why it's always better for me to drink at home with people. I don't really get drunk anywhere else. And I usually don't get drunk at home either. Like I said, I haven't had a drink since 2018. But yeah, no, I'm very touchy-feely, very affectionate. Just I'm a huge hornbag when I drink. So it's just like, oh yeah, one drink and I'm like, you ready to go? We're going? Let's go. Like, and then we're going to go again. And then it's going to go again and again and again. I don't know. See, I know I'm tired. Here's the thing. You could talk about drinking and I will feel drunk. It's that simple. I will literally just feel drunk. I'm so suggestive. It's ridiculous. And I mean that in many different ways. Like I'm a suggestive person, but I am so susceptible to suggestion. It's ridiculous. Sometimes you can't get through to me no matter what, but then there's times like this where I'm literally telling you guys about a time when I was drunk and I feel a little giddy. Not gonna lie. I'm weak-minded apparently. God. So today, welcome to the shit show, Wolfkinder, because I kind of have a topic that I made up off the top of my head last night while I was awake. But that's about it. The only thing I really had energy for last night was winning stream, which was amazing. And to talk to a couple people. Like I stopped in on a couple of experts' lives because I was fascinated with all these people meeting each other. And can I just say that White Rabbit she's just gorgeous. But Wendy H is like this adorable little thing. I want to take her and put her in my pocket. And she's super sweet. But I got to see a lot of people like on live, like in person. There was Broken Baker. T-Rex, my T-Rex in the wild. Expert, White Rabbit, Valhalla's lovely wife. I think her name is Valkyrie, her handle. MLS was there. Volstorm was there. Vegas Rick was there. Trying to think of who else. Steve Gosney was there with his wife. I didn't get to see Danielle. I didn't get to see Texas Jen, and I didn't get to see Miami Spice. And I was kind of really looking forward to seeing the three of them together, especially with the White Rabbit, because I figured that would be fun. But I didn't get to see them. I think they didn't make it to Dollywood. But yeah, it was interesting, and it was fun. It was fun to watch them have fun with one another and get to know one another, because I was really worried that everybody was going there with expectations and that they'd be disappointed, because no matter how good a person is or what they look like or how close to like reality they are, there's always a part of you that, I don't know, I think fantasizes in your head, like hypes them up a little bit more, or like you just picture things differently. And I don't like when people are disappointed. I don't like people being unhappy. And they're really good folk, a lot of them. I mean, a lot of them, all of them. Don't take anything that I say offensive in any way, because my brain isn't quite online yet. My mouth is online, but my brain not so much. But yeah, I was happy to see them all get along. I didn't want anybody to be disappointed. I wanted them to really just meet each other with an open mind and just have fun. I really wanted them to walk away from the experience being like, I would love to do that again. Because sometimes it takes a lot for people to meet up. A lot of people are introverted, they're shy, maybe they're a little insecure, and they don't want to get judged. You could love somebody's personality, and when you meet them, just write them off because they disappointed you in some way, like face to face. So it really does. It's a huge difference. I almost didn't marry my husband when I met him face to face. I almost didn't talk to him after I met him face to face because I thought he looked like the killer from The Silence of the Lambs. Now, see, this is an instance where you should go with your instincts. But I didn't. And that's what's leading me right into this topic. Where I am today, was that fate or was that free will? Was that a decision I freely made on my own? Were those all decisions that I made on my own that got me here? Or was it fate that placed these things in my path to get me to a certain spot? Honestly, I don't think I would be here without this. It doesn't mean this has to last forever. It doesn't. But it got me through probably the hardest time in my life. And I've had, as you all know, a pretty hard life. But I had nothing left. Physically, I was in so much pain. It was a different kind of pain that I'm in now. That when I first got really sick, my body wasn't used to that level of pain. And it was like a burning, like a horrible pain in my legs, in my back, in my head. And I would scream. I would just sit here and scream. and cry because the pain was so bad. And I don't mean little like, no, I mean like gut wrenching screaming. And I wouldn't have made it. I would not have fought in that hospital if I didn't have this to look forward to. I didn't have people who constantly encouraged me, you could do this, we miss you and you got to fight. There were people who claimed they were my friends who just didn't give a shit. There was family that claimed they cared and just didn't give a shit. And then there were people who only knew me a couple months who just wouldn't give up. And there were people who I had met but wasn't close to, but I was destined to connect to. That I hadn't connected with yet. And all that made me fight, gave me a purpose. So how much of that was my decision and how much was predetermined? How much of it was what I was fated to do? Yeah, I wonder. I wonder. I decided to go to that hospital. I could have just thrown some Band-Aids or whatever on my wounds because, of course, I didn't know how bad they were because I couldn't really see them where they were. I also didn't have the frame of mind to deal with them because I was hallucinating a whole bunch because that's what sepsis does to you. But how much was my decision? Like, if I would have ignored it in a couple days, I'd have been gone. I would have been absolutely, incurable. I would have been beyond any kind of medical help, literally in the hands of God. But something snapped in me that day, and I was like, call an ambulance. And my mother's like, what? I was like, get here. Come take care of me because I need you. I need you to call an ambulance and be here with the kids when the ambulance comes so that they don't say, hey, we can't leave these kids by themselves. You'll be here. And she was like, you never call an ambulance. I was like, just call the friggin' ambulance. And so she called and she couldn't get a hold of them. I called the cops. I was like, listen, I know y'all, you know me and da-da-da. And I talked to the guy that I knew and I was like, it's so bad. I was like, I gotta go. I was like, I'm going to die here. I was like, I'm going to die. I was like, you got to get an ambulance here now. And he did. He contacted the head of the ambulance corps and because we have a volunteer ambulance department. And the guy's name is Tommy. And he lives in my mother's building because of course he does. Everybody lives in my mother's building. You would think her building is ginormous and it friggin' is. It really is. But everybody lives either in her building, the other building across the street, or the building next door to her because there are 3 buildings exactly the same. They call them church towers. And that's because they're right by the OLG church, Our Lady of Grace. OLG, Our Lady of Grace. So they called him and he was like, oh, he was like, who's sick? And oh, Michelle, he knew who I was. He'd known me for years. I was good friends with his mom. I was decent friends with him, but his mother was 40 years older than me. But what a pip she was. Oh my goodness. That woman, she used to hang out with one of my friend's mothers. And when I was hanging out with my friend Lisa, she would be in the house with Lisa's mother. And they'd be joking around and she'd come here, you, and let me talk to you. And she was so funny. So we got along real good. And I made her laugh all the time. And so, I mean, her son knew me. He knew that, I was friends with that family. I was friends with his family. So he sent some really amazing guys over. and they were really good with me. But I'm not that person who asks for help. So for me to call my mother and for me to make the call to the cops and say, I need this help, and to talk to this dude, Tommy, and be like, I need help, like now. It took a lot for me. It took a lot for me. And it was very outside the norm. So was that fate? Was that God that pushed me toward that? Was that free will? I don't know. I just know I wouldn't be here if I hadn't done that. I know I wouldn't be here if I hadn't been sent messages, basically, um, when I was damn near unconscious, or when I was unconscious. Uh, what manifested that? You know, what pushed that? Was that God talking to me? Was that the Holy Spirit saying, "Hey," was that my guardian angel? My archangel Michael? Was that any other force other than just my own brain saying, "Hey, you got to do this"? Because let's face it, guys, you know me a long time now. My brain does not make good decisions. It really doesn't, because it doesn't drive this car. Okay. My emotions drive this car. Let's be quite clear. And I'm known for my road rage. Not when I'm in a car, but like my life rage, that's what drives me a lot of the time. So what was it? Do you ever look at your life and you wonder, like, what brought me here? Was it a good decision? Was it a bad decision? Because let's face it, you're going down a road. Even the bad decisions get you further down the road. You just might not be on the right road. You might have to redirect or take a detour or whatever. But what gets you where you're at? Do you think about it? Do you just accept the fact that, oh, this is just life. Life just rolls along. Shit happens. I mean, there's a bumper sticker and a button and a t-shirt and a hat and everything out there. Just says shit happens. And most of my life, like, that has been my go-to. It's either same shit, different day, or shit happens. Because I don't feel like we're in a lot of control of what goes on. We like to try to control like the little things where we micromanage our lives, but the big stuff, we don't have any control over that. You don't have any control over the weather. You don't have control over whether your basement's going to flood or the car is going to get a flat tire on the highway, or you're going to, be remember when they used to have like the millionth customer thing? That's not in your control. You may want to have nobody deal with you all day. You'd want to be as inconspicuous as possible. And suddenly you're the millionth customer and they're taking your picture and you've got this huge thing in your hand and balloons and there's confetti and whatever. They used to do that. Stores actually used to do that. They don't do that anymore, I don't think. Wolf Kinder says, I absolutely believe in divine intervention. I do too. I do too. I like to think that I'm in charge of my life. But if I look back, not a lot was in my control. Yeah, I made decisions, but whatever happened around those decisions really wasn't something that I could affect. Some of it just had to happen. No decision of mine would stop like my car from getting T-boned. What was I going to say? Oh, I won't drive tonight. I mean, yeah, but I was just living my life. It wasn't a conscious decision where I said, oh, I'm going to go driving tonight. And it's okay if I get into a really big car accident or whatever. Like, that wasn't part of my decision-making process. I made a decision and then later something happened. But was it predestined? Was God a part of that? I believe he was. Because one, I wasn't badly hurt. Nobody in the car was hurt. Um, we took out like 5 cars though on the street. But like, I injured my shoulder and I had glass shards like in my face and in my eyes, like little tiny ones. But I had no scarring. I had contacts in, so my eyes weren't all scratched up. I didn't go blind or anything, but it was a bitch, like trying to get that stuff out because I wanted to rub my eyes in the worst way. And they were like, don't, I mean, I had all sorts of like glass dust and everything. It was terrible. So I mean, I went to the hospital. I got taken care of at the hospital, but yeah, no, like the amount of damage, my entire car was totaled. The entire driver's side was completely caved in. My engine was basically hit up into my, like it made my whole dashboard disconnect and come forward onto us. And I didn't get squashed by it. It literally was like inches, like maybe 2 inches from the surface of my legs. Like that's how much it came in. The steering wheel, I had a huge bruise going across my upper chest. Almost instantly. Hey, B Digits, what's up? Finkel is Einhorn. I know. But yeah, I was messed up. But looking at that car, I had 4 passengers in the car with me. Not one of them even had a scratch. The one girl in the backseat kept going, but I told my mother I'd go to the grocery store. I told my mother I'd go to Food Town. I told my mother I'd go to Food Town. And I got so irritated of listening to her. Mind you, we're sitting right after an accident in a crashed car where I can't get out my side because I'm literally sitting in the middle of my car. And my steering wheel was in the middle of my car. Like it smashed my car. And I was so irritated with her. I turned around. I said, would you like me to fucking drive you? And she was like, ugh. I was like, get out of my car. Get out. Because I'm like, dude, I have my face is bleeding and everything else. And this bitch is like, I told my mother I'd go to the store. Then get the fuck out and walk. Like, what? I mean, do you want me to drive you? My car is literally like scrap metal. Well, my whole engine block is like pushing the dashboard forward. What would you like me to do? Like, shut up. But hey, Snafu, certified stud muffin. There you go. Welcome, honey. How are you? Happy Friday to everybody. But yeah, so I mean, I might have been a little nasty. Who knows? So unlike me to react badly when somebody's aggravating me. Wait, God's going to strike me with lightning. Maybe later. He let that one go. He knows it's humor. But yeah, like that had to be divine intervention because there's no way I would have survived that if somebody wasn't looking out for me. There's no way. And everybody else was fine. They got out of the car. And I remember because this is where my head was, I could still see the keys in the ignition, even though nothing was like connected. I remember I put the car in park and I turned it off and I took my keys out. And I kept looking at my door. Going, how the hell am I going to do this? How am I going to get out? Like the door's all like concave and shit. And I'm just like, because I wasn't like, my brain wasn't there. I was in shock just as much as that girl was, right? Wolf Kinderly, she was in shock. She was in shock a little bit, but also she was just annoying. She really was. She was just one of those people. She wasn't a friend of mine. She was a friend of a friend. No, she was a friend of the sister of my friend who was in the car. And it was because of my friend's sister that we got into an accident at all, because I wasn't supposed to be in that area of town. and a taxi cab ran a stop sign and just decided to plow right through me as I went through the intersection, which was fun. And like, he didn't just T-bone me, he dragged me like quarter of the way down the street. So I hit like 5 cars with my car. He was on my right, he was on my left side, and I hit all these cars on the right side, just boom, 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 all new cars too. It was terrible. Oh my God, this lady was screaming, "Give her a breathalyzer. She's drunk." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I was like, "I didn't hit anybody. He hit me." But the taxi cab took off. We didn't have like ring cams and all that. And we were down in like this warehouse section of town. And which was, I hate to say it, well, it was we were in the warehouse section and we were driving through. And I was driving out of that section and I was 2 blocks from my house. I was literally on the same street as my house. I could look out my driver's side window, which was no longer there because it was shattered. And I could see the vestibule of my house 2 blocks away. And the funnier part is, now that I think about it, where I actually ended the crash was right in front of my ex-boyfriend Billy's house. And he was there. He saw like the whole thing because he was outside his house. But he and I weren't together yet. That might have actually rekindled his interest, come to think of it. God damn it. So see how much of it is God, because why would I have the crash right there? Why would he be outside at that time of night? It was like 11 o'clock at night. You know, why did all of that had to come together? Just like when I left my interview at Shipco, like maybe, I don't know, 2-3 months later, why did I walk home in the rain instead of calling a cab? You know, why did I stop when he was like, "Oh my God, you're getting drenched. Come over here and, come talk to me underneath this," like, because he was working in my mother's building, because of course he was. And he was like in this alcove in the back of her building where the back door is. And he was like, "Come here, come here, come here, come get, you're gonna get soaked, whatever." I was a half a block from my house. I sat there and smoked like a pack of cigarettes with him while we talked for like 4 or 5 hours. Literally sat on the concrete while it rained all around us. And I didn't care that I didn't call home or whatever, that my grandmother didn't know where I was. She didn't care. She knew I was fine. But all these things, like, I kept getting put in his path, or he kept getting put in mine. And then I wound up saying yes to him, which was my decision. Like 7 years, this dude asked me to go for a beer with him. And I was, no, no, no. Like, I would laugh in his face. I'd be like, "I would never date you. Like, never. You're so not my type." And he was like, "Well," I was like, "First of all, you're weird." I was like, "Second of all, you're like the whitest dude I've ever met." Like, he was full, like, he looked full Irish. I didn't know he was half Sicilian, but he looked full Irish, and it just wasn't my thing. I dated mostly like Spanish guys. That's what I liked. And he just, I don't know, he had red hair and he was goofy and he had a mullet in high school and he had like this weird cross chain thing earring, and he had piercings now in his eyebrows and his lip, and he had a bunch of tattoos, and it just wasn't my thing. And yet he asked me and I was like, "All right." And he even passed by. He was like, "All right, I'll ask you again." And he was like, "Wait, what'd you say?" I was like, "Idiot." I said, "Yes, fine. 1 drink tonight, bar of my choice." And he was like, "Anything you want. Like, I'll pick you up. No, I'll meet you there. No, I'll pick you up. No, I'll meet you there. It'll be fine." I was like, "I will meet you there." Cause I wasn't going to get in his car. I was like, I don't trust him. And then that night we were talking, and I don't know, he made the decision to take a chance, even though I bite. Um, and he reached out and he just touched the middle finger on my right hand. And it was weird. Like, you wouldn't think it would be a stimulating action, because all he did was like grab my finger and like gently just like stroke down and, like wag it to be like, hey, pay attention to me. And when he did that, my entire body went electric. And I'd never felt that before in my life, not even with Christine. And I was like, oh no. And I had to make a decision, like, do I go with this or do I run? And I ran. I ran like I was being chased by sharkies. Like, like I ran. And he tried so hard. He did. He tried so hard. And eventually he got through because I couldn't get him, out of my head. He wouldn't leave me alone. Not in a stalkery kind of way, but he made sure to keep putting himself in my path like the whole next day. And I was just like, ugh. And I knew that I was going to give him a shot. What I didn't know was that he would be the first man that I would ever actually fall in love with. And that he would be the first man to actually love me back when I loved them. And it was eye-opening for me because all these things had to fall into place for me to meet him and have that experience. He taught me how to love. He taught me how to be a partner, to be somebody that you just do everything with, that you just spend time with because that's just who you want to spend time with. He made me learn how to accept gifts. He taught me that I was worthy of gifts. He also showed me that he was the man in the relationship. He paid for stuff. He made the decisions. His opinion held more weight than anybody else's. I didn't know he was a complete narcissist and would basically isolate me from every other person in my little universe, but that took time. It took like over a year for that to happen. But he taught me a lot. He showed me what I wanted. He showed me that I wanted to be someone's. I wanted someone to be mine. I wanted a husband. I wanted a family. I wanted a life like that, which I thought was a dream long dead. He gave that to me. He broke my heart. He absolutely broke my heart. To this day, when I see him, I don't know if I want to like hug him or punch him in the face. Instead, I just kind of like jokingly insult him and leave him with a shattered ego, and I walk away. We all get even in our own ways. But after him, I wouldn't love anybody. I mean, I'd love you like, a friend, but be in love? No, it was impossible. I turned off that whole part of myself. Over 20 years, I turned off that part. And I swore I'd just, I'd go to my grave just being me. You meet people, you bump uglies once in a while, you go to a movie, you share a meal, and then you tell them, all right, see ya. And that's it. I had no attachments, not romantic attachments. And then I almost died, and first person I see when I come out of the hospital says, you know what? We've never really had a conversation, but we're gonna. And there went my heart in just a couple months. And I never saw it coming. But I never would have met them, like the real them, if I hadn't gone into the hospital and been so sick, if I hadn't chosen to walk a different path, if I hadn't chosen to see other people for who they were. And I had a lot of things thrown in my path to keep me away from this person. And still nothing would keep me away. Even I tried running away a couple times and it was like, no, I couldn't do it. I had to go back, which isn't like me. Because once I shut a door forever. I don't go back. We could be friends or whatever, but I don't go back and go, I missed you. I need you. I never tell people I need them. And I told him that. I was like, I couldn't leave. I couldn't get you out of my head. I had to come back. Would I have gotten there without all those decisions? Would I have gotten there without divine intervention? So was it fate? Was it free will? Was it both? It's almost like the chicken and the egg, right? Like, which one comes first? Are they independent of one another, or do they rely on one another? I mean, tell me your thoughts. Let me go see chat. I know, because I went off on a tangent. So I got to go back to Wolfkinder. She said, we need a lot more people to have an I love you drink daily. I mean, really. Uh-huh. Oh, believe me, I am going to drink tonight. I don't know how it's going to go, but fuck it. We'll see. But I'm making the decision from now. Right now, I'm drinking coffee because I'm dead on my feet or on my ass, whichever. I mean, if I'm going to be literal. Wolfkinder, you're just tapping into the mental state you were in when you were drunk. But it's so weird because, like, if I'm around people that are drunk, I take on that personality. If I'm around people who are high, I take on that personality. It's weird. And it's not like I'm faking it either. I literally feel altered. I feel drunk. I feel high. And that's just like, that's why I push back when people say I'm empathic, because I don't believe that's what I feel. I don't believe it's accurate. I think I adapt and I absorb, but I don't necessarily think it's empathic. I think that's just me. That's just my survival mechanism kicking in from my childhood. Always being aware of the moods around me, and you blend in so you don't stand out. So I think because I started that literally as a baby, my nervous system and my brain are hardwired. They're programmed to do that without my knowledge or even my permission. So I think that's just the survival instinct that's literally hardwired into me. And it's funny because, I mean, hell, it makes me a very cheap date. Let's face it. But that's how I am. If I'm around people who are sad, I'm 10 times sadder than I was going in. I feel what they feel because I relate, I guess. But it's not that I'm feeling their feelings. I'm reading them and I'm voluntarily almost taking that on my shoulders. So that's why when I talk to people who are like really upset and whatever, I'll do it every time. But they'll walk away feeling better, and I'll walk away like, oh my God, that was so much. Like, because it's so heavy on my conscience, on my heart. I feel it in my soul, and it's so draining. I love making them feel better, but I'm like, God, I talk to them for like 2 hours. It's going to take me 2 days to recover. And then I slap the shit out of myself, and I'm just like, suck it up. Suck it up. Other people have it worse. And we move on. But it's a weird thing to absorb that from other people. Wolfkind, the girls were missing from Dollywood. They really were. Like, I want to know why. Where were they? Because I was really looking forward to that. I hate being disappointed. I didn't want them to go in with expectations, and I went forward with expectations of, oh, I'm going to get to see the girls. And see, serves me right. Wolfkind said, I absolutely believe in divine intervention. The night before I was a passenger in a car accident, I had a sign that I didn't understand not to go with that driver. See? And you ignored it and got into a car accident. I mean, you're here, so thank God. But yeah, no, we ignore signs so often. And then we're like, oh, you know what? This did this. I should have. Now, that to me, that's fate. That's divine intervention. That's somebody else stepping in and saying, hey, I can't talk to you direct, but here's a sign. Here's an omen. Here's a premonition. Here's a feeling. Pay attention. And when you don't, they're like, well, I tried. And then they watch it happen and go, see, I told you. Like, I wonder how many times my guardian angel's sitting there going, this bitch don't listen. Why don't she listen? Why? All right. Do it. We'll fix it later. We'll get her back on that path. You said she was in shock. Yeah. Well, Snafu said you can't change fate, but you have free will to control how you get there. I guess like the destinations, I don't know if you guys have ever seen Doctor Who. There are set points in time that can't be changed. That's why like Captain Jack he couldn't die. He would revert back to the form he was at that set point because that was a point in time that couldn't be changed. It was a pivotal moment. And I do believe we have those. We have checkpoints that we have to get to. The thing is, are you going to get there in a straight line? Are you going to take one or two late curves? Or is it going to look like ramen noodles, before you get there? I think most of us do the ramen noodle route, which is why life is always so chaotic. And you're like, oh my God, this is too much. Because you made one bad decision, then another bad decision, then another bad decision, then another bad decision. Then you made a good one. So you kind of redirected, like you corrected your course, but then you made another bad decision. And then you have to deal with other people's bad decisions too. So it's not just your free will that gets you to where you're going to be or where you wind up in the meantime before you get there. It's the decisions of other people, how they impact your life. My life would have been very different if Billy had never asked me that last time to go for a beer. 7 years is a long time to reject somebody. And I did it every time he tried. Every time, since high school. Actually, since before I went to high school with him, because I met him through his sister when I was in a different high school with her. And the minute he saw me, he was like, that's going to be mine. And I was like, excuse me? And he was like, I'm just telling you, you're going to be mine one day. And I was like, yeah, okay. I was like, not on your best day, buddy. And he was like, no, I'm serious. He was like, you're going to be mine. He's like, I'll make you fall in love with me. I was like, I'd never heard anything so funny in all my life. But for 7 years, he never gave up. He dated other people and everything, but he didn't even let the fact that I had a kid deter him, which in my town is like, stay away from that one. She's got a kid. He didn't care. He didn't care. He was like, you were everything I ever wanted. He's like, the day I saw you, I knew you were going to be mine. That's some heavy shit for somebody to say to you. And when you're the type of person who has grown up in a whole family of people who don't want you around, and you have somebody saying, oh no, I'm going to fight the devil for you if I have to. I want you. You are what I want. That's impactful. that changes you. And I thought he was crazy when he said it. I was like, why? I was like, there is nothing like extraordinary about me. I was like, there's really nothing special. I am nobody special. I'm a bitch. I'm a pain in the ass. I have a little kid who's very sick. Like, I'm a lot. And he was like, yeah, I know, but you're worth it. And I was like, okay. I was like, you got to be crazy. I really did. I thought he was crazy. And then he went and proved to me that he was crazy. But yeah, I wouldn't have stayed with him if he hadn't done that weird thing with the platinum hair when he dyed his hair platinum blonde, almost like white blonde, because it appealed to my sense of shock, my respect for people who shock other people. It caught my attention. It made him interesting to me in a way that nobody else was. That was his in. And he did. He did make me fall in love with him. Hit me like a ton of bricks. I'd never felt anything like it. Ever. And then he broke my heart. Took him a year and a half, but he managed it. He did. He managed to break my heart, break my spirit, to the point where when I met my soon-to-be husband, I said, and this was the very first night I ever talked to him, I said, just so you know, I will never fall in love with you. And he was like, what? Yes, you will. I was like, no, I won't. I was like, I am incapable of falling in love with anybody, especially now. I was like, I might love you, but I'm not going to be in love with you ever. I said, so you might as well just forget about me from now. I don't know if that was what made him determined to get me. If it was like, oh, challenge accepted, idiot. But we wound up getting married like 5 months later. I want to say it was a horrible decision, but I got rid of my maiden name, which was great. And I got a whole lot of life experience. And I got to live somewhere other than Jersey. But I don't know that I'd do it again. But again, like I would not have made that decision if I hadn't had the other experience. Like, and I wouldn't have gotten to where I am today if I hadn't been with my husband for whatever reason I was with him. So it's weird. Like I'm trying to look at it like a map and it's so convoluted. It really is. Like trying to look at like my life road, the map of my life is like trying to look for one plane at like the height of air traffic on a map. Like, you know, when you see all those planes on top of one another, like boom, 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 and there's like 100 planes like all shoved together in a picture. That's what my life map looks like. So I can't really see like, was it me? Was it them? Was it God? Was it just pure chance? I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in accidents. I don't believe in chance, really. Leaving it up to chance. I don't believe that that's a thing. I think if you throw your hands up and go, well, fuck it, I'll leave it up to chance. Okay, then you're just leaving it up to fate, which means it's already part of a predetermination of where you're going to go. You follow me? Staffo says you can't change fate, but you have free will to control how you get there. That's true. Fate destiny is predefined, but all lanes are open. Okay. Wolfkinder, yeah, when you see the people in movies who slap a person in shock, it's as much for the slapper as the slappy. Is that a word? It is now. P Digits, why is the movie Airplane coming right? Yep. You went to airplane, and that's where my head went first, and then it immediately jumped to Moonstruck with the snap out of it because she was having just as much of a hard time as he was. But yeah, no, like that, and they do that when somebody's in shock. They will get slapped a couple times. I've never done that where I had to slap somebody, you know, to get them out of shock. I slapped them just because I wanted to slap them. But hey, Castro, what's up? Happy Friday. But I never slept anybody. Slept anybody? I hope not. But I never slapped anybody to get them out of shock. Meeting me is mostly shocking to begin with, especially if I'm in a mood. But I think me slapping you out of shock, I don't know how that would work. I think you just slap me back and then it's on. My grandmother did raise me, though, to know one thing: never throw the first punch. Never hit first, but hit back. That was her thing. She was like, I don't care if somebody is like screaming in your face and insulting your family. She was like, you don't raise those hands. Put your hands in your pocket, shove them up your ass if you have to. You do not make the first contact. She was like, don't ever take that first swing. Don't do it. I couldn't I used to, like, as a teenager, I was like, why? I'm not some punk. I'll throw hands, like, whatever. Because, I was like Billy Badass back then. And then, like, once I was over 18, I realized, oh, it's self-defense if I don't hit first. I won't go to jail. Okay. Well, we hope. Back then, it was a lot more cut and dry, and nobody called the cops anyway. That was a pussy thing to do. Only snitches called the cops. Like, ugh. And we didn't deal with rats. We didn't deal with rats, but rats got dealt with. And if you know, you know. But yeah, no. I didn't understand that lesson until I was old enough to be like, oh, I could go to jail if I hit somebody. What do you mean that's assault? No, it's just a fight. Yeah, that's assault. It's against the law. Is it really? That's how naive I was because I grew up in a very violent environment. Hitting somebody was not criminal. It was just, daily life. That's just how it was. I was used to seeing my mother get hit and I knew it was wrong, but I always wondered why she didn't hit him back. Is that a weird thought? Oh, sorry, guys. For a kid to have. Like, he'd hit her and I'd be hit him back. Hit him back. Hit him. She wouldn't even put her hands up. Like, she didn't defend herself at all. And I couldn't understand that. Now, was she fated to be in that relationship? Or was it her decision to be in that? She was with him 14 years. 14 years of abuse. 14 years of constantly saying, it'll get better. It'll get better. He'll change. He'll grow out of it. It's a phase. Oh, he's just having a hard time because he's in pain or he's not working. Just always making the excuses. I tried that for 4 years. 4 years of marriage and 6 months before that, whatever. I did the whole rationalization and justification thing. I validated everything he did because, it's just a part of life or whatever. And I made these excuses. Well, he's going through this or he's feeling this or, oh, well, then I started taking it on myself. Like I did this, so he did that. I'm like this. And I started making myself into not a victim, but a villain. And that's a thing that people don't know about abuse victims. Some of them do the martyr thing where, they're like, oh, yeah, oh, I was in such a horrible, whatever. And some of them just deal with it as it, goes in a healthy way. And then you have people like me who wind up vilifying themselves because that was the only route I could take in my eyes. Like, I would look at the relationship and go, no, like, you didn't make a bad decision marrying him. No, because that's, that would mean that I'm wrong. And, I'm never wrong. Uh, but I have this personality flaw where I'm a bitch, and so obviously I triggered him. I did this, or I emasculated. I don't know what I said exactly, but he said I emasculated him. So obviously I did. And I'm a horrible person. And why do I even talk to people? And I would go down that road. And he would help me down that road. He would supply all the evidence I needed to believe that I was this horrible person and I deserved to be cheated on, and I deserved to be lied to, and I deserved to be bankrupted, and I deserved to be hit. And I did. I believed it. Part of me still believes it. I mean, it went on for long enough that it got ingrained in me that I was just, I was just a piece of shit that deserved what I got. I want to say I don't believe that anymore, but I kind of do. Maybe not believe it, but accept it. That's just something that just is, right? For for the people out there who like to hit, I want you to put yourself in the position of the person who's going to get hit. And I know there's people out there who, like, I've told them, that this person like hit me or that person hit me or whatever. Why were you in all these kind of relationships that wound up like this? Because the common denominator was me. And that's what I always took away from the situations. The common denominator is me, so I must be the problem. And I am, because I tend to attract that type of person. What I didn't realize at the time was I attract that type of person because even at my worst, I was always nurturing. I was always forgiving. I mean, I tell you guys about the horrible times with Miguel and whatever, and the horrible things I did to him, but I was good to him too. I mean, I wasn't a complete bitch the whole time. He would have never stayed if I was. And when I'm good, I'm really, really good. My mom used to tell me a poem, this little like nursery rhyme. There once was a girl who had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. And when she was good, she was very, very good. But when she was bad, she was horrid. And she would tell me that. And it was always my favorite because she used to say, "Oh, that's all about you." And I mean, I was little, like 2, when she started telling me this damn poem and started saying, "This is all about you. It's all about you, Shell. It's all about you." And she'd say it like in a happy way. And I didn't know what horrid meant. I just knew it rhymed and it was cute and I loved the poem. And then when I got a little older, I was like, wait, horrid is like horrible and evil. So like, mommy thinks I'm evil? Like it was a shock to me. And I was like, wait, she's saying when I'm good, I'm the best, but when I'm bad, I'm the worst. I reached that, thought process in my teens. And I was pissed off about it. So I was like, all right, this is how you've thought of me my whole life. Well, this is how I'm going to be. And so I've always gone from one extreme to another. Like I've said it before, moderation is not my thing. I'm an extremist. Like I go from either extremely happy to extremely pissed off to extremely sad to outright freaking like unalivable. Like that's my 4 corners of the universe. I don't do middle ground. It's like I don't do small talk. I could meet you and either freeze you out in 10 seconds or in an hour have your entire life story and be talking about, like the beginnings of the universe and what God means to man. Like, but it's going to be a deep conversation. I don't do small talk. That's why going to people's chats doesn't work for me because it's all small talk. And there's only so many heys and hearts I can send before I feel fake. I feel them. Don't get me wrong. I love the people that I run into, but I need to sink my teeth into something. Like soup and salad is not going to fill this girl up. I need a steak. Yeah, I need something I can gnaw on and really just get into and like work for. I don't like things to be easy. If it's easy, I'm going to blink and it'll be done and it does nothing to fulfill my sense of purpose. But you give me a challenge and it's like, all right. If I love somebody, I never ignore what they're going through. And everything that they go through, I'm like, what can I do? Give me something give me something to do. Give me a purpose. I want to have some type of like impact, but don't give me this little shit job. Like, give me something big. Let's go. And I'll get it done. And that's who I am. I need challenges. I need stuff like that. Did my upbringing make me that way? Was it my environment? Was it the people? Was that always a part of who I was? Is that how God made me? Was it DNA? That's another thing I want to ask. Like, how much of us is determined way before we have any conscious thought of it by our DNA? I'm going to get right into that, but I just want to catch up with chat. I don't want to get behind. Wolfkinder, I see life as a flow chart. Okay. Making a choice chooses a path, and our paths overlap, sometimes more than once. I think of it as opportunities, not as written in stone. Okay. So you think like some people, like you might have multiple chances to get it right with some people. If you're meant to meet them, you're going to keep crossing paths until the connection happens, maybe. Because that's kind of written in stone. Oh, I'm so sorry. I told you I didn't sleep a whole lot. Like, this is not going to be a huge stream. And I think Gutter goes at 12. Gutter's Pub. And on Fridays, I want to keep it short on Fridays to give other creators, like on my level, opportunities. And to keep my audience happy, because I know we all like basically share an audience and I don't want you to feel the need to choose. And I especially don't want to be the one who doesn't get chosen. But yeah, I guess like I said, I see it as a path with like a lot of detours. And sometimes what ramen noodles look like before they're cooked, right? Just a whole bunch of squiggles going in and out. You don't know where the beginning is, the end is, and whatever. Like, that's what I feel like most of my life is made of. Like, I feel like, Archangel Michael, that he's looking at me every day going, oh God, this girl. I'm so tired. Like, angels are energy. So it's not like I should drain him. But I feel like he looks at me and goes, this bitch. Like, like, come on, girl, just do what I freaking like. I swear to God, I've envisioned in my head Michael going to God and be like, can we change her name? Can I just be in charge of somebody else, please? Because she's too much for me. Like, I've kept her alive. It's a job well done. Like, and then there's sometimes when I'm by myself. And this is what makes me believe in the divine. Hey, nerd. because I will become so moved by different thoughts, and I will be so filled with this feeling of truth. You know when you hear something and you know it's a lie? You can hear the falseness. Um, or you feel the rightness of something. You know it's true instinctually. You can hear the truth. You can you feel it. It's undeniable. And when I talk about the angels and the saints, when I talk about moments when I actually felt a divine presence, I get so emotional because there's a genuine tenderness in that. There's this feeling of pure love that literally moves me to tears. And it makes me feel almost like the adage, my cup overfloweth. Like that's what it feels like. It literally could bring me to my knees, not in a perverted way, you degenerates, but it does move me. And it's not happened that often in my life. And when I think back of it, like I'm not upset right now. I'm not hurt, but I have tears running down my face because the feeling is so profound and so pure and so overwhelming that my whole body reacts to it. I get this warmth that emanates from like the middle of my chest and spreads in every direction. And like I'm gonna be completely honest with you in a way I probably never have. Right now, the only thing I would love for a certain avatar to be here because I would right now I just want to wrap myself around him and just let it all out. And he's the only person I would trust to do that with because he'd let me. And I could just pour all of that emotion out. It's uh part confusion, part fear, part joy, but it's pure unadulterated emotion that's being pushed out of me by something greater. And it'll bring me to a standstill because all I can do is feel that. And it's an amazing feeling, but it's so overwhelming. Like too much of a good thing. I would trust him to catch me. And he's the only person in the world I trust in that way. That's what I wish I had right now, this moment. That's why when I tell you guys, it's not about what kind of car you drive. It's not about what you look like. Because let's face it, he's an avatar. It's not about what you make or even like the things you know or the people you know. It's not about your popularity. It's not about your exciting, you know, it's about you. It's about who you are. I don't care what anybody looks like. I really don't. I mean, I'm gonna crack on you. I'm gonna be so disrespectful sometimes because that's me. I'm a fucking wise ass. Okay, that's my go-to. It's my happy place because it keeps me from feeling things. But I don't care what any of you look like or what you have or what you don't have. You know, your status, your popularity, your looks, your finances, your religious beliefs, your ethnicity, none of that fucking matters to me. What matters to me is who you are. And I will seek that out in every single person I meet. I want to know who you are. That's what matters. What also matters is how you make me feel. Do you make me feel threatened? Do you make me feel comfortable? Do you make me feel happy? Do you make me feel safe? See, he makes me feel something I've never felt in my life. And you can't you can't put a price on that. You can't put a label on it. I can't even begin to describe it. Am I fated for that? I don't know. I like to think I am, but I'm not going to hang my hat on that and be like, this is it. This is where I'm planting my flag and I'm going to die on this hill because I think a lot of things in life, are temporary but necessary. Tears are the silent language of the soul. And my soul likes to talk a lot, P digits. I agree with you, but my soul is a chatty bitch. she's she's been quieted my whole freaking life, and now she decides, no, we're doing this. I'm gonna have my goddamn say. I said for a long time, I think I was really soul sick. Trauma will do that to you. You can't close yourself off from the world. You can't decide, I'm just going to not feel these things and not have repercussions. The consequences of my decision to shut down my heart from being in love ever was that I wound up getting sick. I wound up not physically sick. I got soul sick slowly over time where you don't notice it. You don't notice the slowly rising fever that goes just a tenth of a degree at a time. Now, when you spike a fever, you notice real quick, you notice the change. But when you're gradual like that, good morning. Oh, good M. Elephant. Happy Friday. When you do it by like a tenth of a degree, you don't notice. Until one day you just feel like crap. And you're like, oh my God, this is, oh my God, my temperature is 104. Like you don't realize that you've gotten there because it's been so slow and gradual. You've become accustomed and you've adapted. And I think that's what I've done for the last 20 years. I adapted and I compensated in different ways. God, what's up? Good M. Popper. Hey, honey. Everybody, happy Friday. But I did. I think I compensated and adapted so well over 20 years that I didn't realize how soul sick I was. I didn't realize how much I had cut myself off from feeling anything. because I was slowly shutting down all aspects of emotion. Like, not just falling in love with somebody. That wasn't just the only thing off the cards. Now I wasn't going to be friends with people, and I wasn't going to go out, and I wasn't going to interact with people until I literally isolated to the point where I had nobody left. You know, people were knocking on the door and I was deaf to it. They're still knocking on the door and I still kind of go, yeah, I don't hear you. I'm sleeping. And then I met this energetic avatar who made me laugh and understood different things and had questions. And it was so weird. I trusted him, and I don't trust anybody. Yeah, it's weird to become like really good friends with somebody and then realize one day, oh shit, I have feelings. Oh crap. What do I do with these? Like, where'd you come from? What the fuck? And it did. It took me by surprise. And it's probably the most profound feeling I've ever had in my life. You know, will it work out? I don't know. Does it matter? A little, but it's not the be all and end all. Because what I've gotten is worth the time that I put in. If it was to go away tomorrow, my heart would break, but there's so much that I was given in that time that I could never look back and regret that. As long as you transition from avatar to in person, it'll be okay. Oh, it will. No, that's not an issue. That's fated and a decision. So those two go together. But so many things had to happen to get me to that point where I could say, oh, okay, I'm feeling this. I'm terrified. And it's okay. You know, does it have to be reciprocated? No, it'd be nice, but that didn't matter. That wasn't part of the decision that I made to acknowledge how I felt. It wasn't part of the circumstances that got me to feeling that way. It just evolved in this very natural, organic, very minuscule way over time that where I didn't see it. And then one day I woke up and said, oh, holy shit. Like, oh my God, what did you do? And I was so angry with myself for so long. Because I just, every day I would go, you idiot. How could you let this happen? I still, part of me doesn't forgive me for letting myself ever love somebody like that. Not again. And it's not even like I could say again, because you could take what I felt for Christine and you could take what I felt for Billy and you could put them together and it doesn't even compare. I didn't fight for Billy. I didn't fight for Christine. They just were kind of there, and my family had a problem, they could have a problem, and I wasn't going to say nothing, but I'd find a way around it. I fight for this. I'm willing to change my entire life around for this. And yet there's still a part of me that wants to run away. Because I'd rather lose it on my terms before fate comes up and smacks me in the face again. Because experience has taught me that when you have good things in life, they get taken away because that's what you deserve. You don't deserve the good stuff. And I don't think there's one day that goes by where I don't say, God, he deserves better than you. Because I've only ever been a disappointment to the people in my life. That's what they tell me anyway. So why would this be different? Um, I got to go back. I missed chat. Well, from all of those things are material. They're fleeting. How you are is eternal. Absolutely. Or who you are is eternal. And how you are. I mean, how you are can change. I mean, everybody's got different layers. I'm very much a fan of the whole Shrek onion analogy or metaphor, whatever the fuck it is. I'm not in English mode today. But yeah, I'm very much people have layers. They have layers. Most people have a lot of layers and some people just stink. Either way, the onion analogy works. But who you are is really important to me. And I do tend to trust my instincts when it comes to who people are inside. And like I said, I can see a bullshitter coming from a mile away. You know, I know what you're about. I know if you're an asshole on purpose or somebody hurt you and that made you that way, which in my eyes makes it a lot more forgivable. I can tell when people are dealing with trauma or when they're a product of undealt with trauma. I can tell when there are people who are just soul wounded like me. You know, when they've had their very existence threatened and they've survived it. You know, and they came out harder and stronger, but more afraid. See, those people out there that are really like in your face and strong, that there's a fear driving them. Because at some point, somebody took advantage of them. Somebody abused them and taught them, well, you can't be soft. You can't be this person. Because when you are, people are going to hurt you. So they tuck that part of themselves away and they bring out this shield, this wall. And that becomes their new reality. That becomes that part of their personality, a part of who they are. To deny one part and to push forward the part that won't get them hurt. That protective shell that they've grown over time. Not through their conscious thought, I don't think. I think it's through the actions of others. So, like, is that a conscious thought? Or is that something that you believe only happens because of your environment? I mean, there's a case to be argued for that. There's also a case to be argued for DNA. Are we destined to be like those who came before us? My son has so many mannerisms and like answers that are purely his father. And I mean, I've known his father since I'm 15 years old. And I don't mean like just, hey, we were like, hey, whatever. No, like we were close. All of us were close. So, I mean, I know him better than he knows himself. And my son will do something and I'm like, in my head, my whole being stops and goes, whoa. Like, because he has spent almost no time on this planet with his father. You know, if I put together all the time he has ever spent with his father, it will not even reach 48 hours. I shit you not. And my son is going to be 18 in a couple months. Not even 48 hours. I don't think I've spent more than 48 hours away from my son. And that includes like school up until he went away. I mean, I literally worked in the same school he was in. But I mean, I've spent every free moment and a lot of working moments with my son. Again, I know him better than anybody on this planet. I know him better than he knows himself. So when he does things that are all me, I'm like, oh, geez, you're so my kid. But then he'll do things that I'm like, there's no way he could know his father does that. Things that only his father does, like to a T, like certain like mannerisms, certain like a walk or like a reaction to something, or even like his laugh. I could see the voice being genetic, but the way he laughs, how is that genetic? You know, it's not something he's heard a lot. He hears me laugh. Like, why doesn't he laugh like me? He doesn't, though. He laughs exactly like his father. He reacts exactly like his father. You know, he'll do something and like he did some weird like shimmy dance move the other day. And I was like, whoa, because his father did the exact same one when I was like 17 at a like family get together. We were like, oh, everybody's playing music. And he did it to make me laugh. But then Connor went and did it the other day. And I was like, oh! Like, it was enough to go, holy shit. How did he know that? Like, how much of you is determined by DNA? Because that's got to be genetic. And that's not a muscle thing. It's not a biological look or something. It's not physical. It's almost like a genetic memory. Do we carry aspects of our past, like of their mannerisms and their personalities, even though we've never met them? Is that encoded inside of us? Because there's an argument to be made yes and an argument to be made no, because you can't prove it, but you can't really disprove it either, can you? And I mean, that's my wheelhouse, the shit that you can't prove or disprove. It's not ambiguous so much as it's mysterious, and it's something that you can talk about ad nauseum. Hey, Shelly, good to see you, miss. Good to see you too, Puff. Puffer, luffer, loo. Wolfie, darling. I'm just trying to catch up and chat. Ellie Fine says, as long as you transition from avatar to a person, it'll be okay. I mean, I know I will. I'm just wondering if he will. Gutters Pub, wait till that profound feeling. Wait till that profound feeling feels you, darling, or fills you. Because I mean, those are two different actions. I'm just saying. Elephant. Shelly, hubby and I were pen pals for years before we met face to face. I was brutally honest with him and said, if it would work, we'd have to be honest with each other. That man knew from the start that he wanted me as his wife. I had to figure it out. Yeah, I'm not the one in doubt. Not on my side. So, Wolfkin, are not fate, just a pattern you can change. It's both nature and nurture. And that's the bitch of it, isn't it? Because my mind is willing to say, okay, it could be nature or nurture, but it has a hard time accepting both. Again, because I'm always in search of balance, but balance is not my natural state of being. I bring balance to other people, but internally, I am never balanced. I'm very much unbalanced. Very, very much unbalanced. I can't see those two things in my head. They're so different. I can't accept that they would occur at the same time or that they exist in the same space or that they have an equal interaction in my life because that's not how my head works. You know, like it's got to be I need a definitive answer and I'm not going to get one. You know, and that's part of the problem of being me is because, you know, I get aggravated because I'm like, no, like I need proof. I need the puzzle to be complete. Unfortunately, the puzzle of my life looks like Pablo Picasso like went and got high and fucked up on like ketamine, LSD, and shrooms all at once, then got drunk and made a painting, and there's my life. And I'm supposed to make heads or tails of it. And it just like it's just how it winds up. Whereas I'm trying for Van Gogh and I'm getting Picasso. So it's just that's the best analogy I can make. Hey, Memento, what's up? I believe our DNA is made from spirit matter. I mean, explain that. Like, I think I know what you mean by that. Like, our DNA is somehow touched by like the divine, right? Like, it's not just biological material. There's a spirituality that gets passed from one to another to another. And I do believe that. I believe that's why we feel comfortable many times. Not everybody is comfortable, but the majority of people are comfortable following their parents and their grandparents' spiritual beliefs. And if they don't, they have this intrinsic feeling where they know that this is not right for them. Like it almost feels like a bad fitting suit. Like you put on clothes that are too tight or too loose or too like they just don't feel right. It's not the right fit for you. But most of us, I don't think it's an indoctrination so much as it is a continuation of a line of faith. And I think that's why people who don't have that from previous generations, they tend to be more open-minded about religion and about spirituality. Like they're willing to, you know, dip their toes into all different things, but they don't commit to one. You know, because they don't have that continuity. You know, and I think those that come from a deeply spiritual heritage, there is that line of continuity. So I think it's easier for them to stay on that path, to accept that path. It feels right to them. It feels true. Like I said, I've studied so many religions. Oh my goodness. And I mean, when I say studied, I don't mean like I sat there and memorized everything, but I've read all different books and I've, you know, watched documentaries, like real documentaries, not shit ones. I've watched those too because they're funny. But I've had so many conversations with people of other faiths, like really like hours and hours and sometimes days long conversations to learn as much as I could. But yet when push comes to shove, if you ask me, well, what do you believe in? I'm Catholic. Like that's not that I'm Christian, because to me that means something else. I'm not, you know, I'm not a believer in just the universe. Like you push comes to shove, I am always going to default to Catholic because that is part of who I am. It's not a part of what I believe so much as it's in my blood. It's literally in my genes. Like it ha 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 not my Levi's. It's in my DNA. I do believe that. A good example is people who are adopted, they look and act like their biological family. They even have similar interests and mannerisms in the biological family without being around them. Same goes for cousins, people with that you share ancestry with. Yeah. Puffer smile. I missed the word glad in my comment. Fuck you, Fate. You're funny. Wait, I missed it. She said, I feel like, good thing I read that before I read your damn thing because StreamYard decided to like bump ahead. So like, I feel like fate and free will are one. We decide, and fate is like, I'm glad you felt like you had control of the situation. I know. Like, you hear me. I know you've all heard me go say something, and you'll hear me go, that wasn't a challenge. It was not a challenge. And I'm talking to God and the universe because I believe that they're, like one is an operative of the other. Like the universe is an operative of God. And I believe it's active. That's why when people are like, oh, well, I believe in the universe, I'm like, okay. Because that doesn't bother me because God created the universe in my eyes. So it's just another mechanism of his that he uses to, do what he wants to do his work. And so, yeah, I believe there's power in the universe. I believe it's something that he put there to, act as an agent of God. Think of it that way. The universe is an agent of God. Religions are agents of God. Everything, like, there's so much to believe in. When people believe in energy, do I believe in it? Yes, I do. I do, because what is God? God is the ultimate pure source of energy. And here's the thing, everybody's like, well, it's the light energy. God was not made of just light. We personify him in that way because we like to think that God is only light, but God also created the darkness. He created night, he created day. He created good, he created bad. And everything he created came from within him. Everything, every idea he had came from within him. So I believe everything is God's creation. The devil himself is God's creation. If you believe, the lore, then Lucifer, like Satan, was, an angel. He was the morning star. He was the most beautiful, most musical, most amazing angel who really thought himself even above God. That's what did him in, was his hubris, his ego. And God cast him down. But in a lot of the stories that I grew up on, like, God listened to the morning star. He, I don't know how to put this. Look at Job. Yeah. From what I remember, he went to God and said, hey, I don't think that these humans that you created really like believe in you. I think that if they were tested, they wouldn't believe in you. They believe in you when the things are going good. Look at Job. He's so devout. He loves you. Like, of course, I put in like all this sarcasm and everything because I have to make it animated in my head. And he's like, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, of course Job loves you. You do everything. You gave the dude everything. And God said, all right, I believe in him the way he believes in me. Go test him. Oh, I'm going to throw like everything at him. Oh, go ahead. Do your worst. And he did. And though Job was very upset by it and very, very stressed by all the trials and tribulations and losses and heartbreak, never once did he not love God. Never once did he ever say, "Oh, I hate God for doing this to me." He might have questioned, "God, why would you do this? I love you so much. Why would you? You must have a reason." That was his thing, right? He was like, "Well, it's your will. You must have a reason for this." He proved his devotion. He proved that when the chips were up or down, bare or flush, he still loved and believed and trusted in God. But this was one of the things that the devil put to God when he was an angel, always challenging him. And yeah, eventually he got spanked for it, and then he went around the whole earth saying, "Hey, I'm going to make them all into Job, and we'll see how that goes." And it didn't go so well for most people, but still, God created him. It makes it very difficult to outright hate anything for me. I use the word hate, but it's not the feeling that I have. It's a hyperbolic exaggeration of dislike that I can, because I want to hammer home the idea that I really dislike this, but I don't feel hatred. I never felt hatred for my father or the things that he did. I never felt hatred for the boys who, you know, did things to me at 3. You know, I detest them. I do. Uh Part of me feels sorry for them for being pieces of shit. Um Part of me hopes that they changed and nobody else suffered at their hands. But I never hated them. You know, the boy who took my virginity against my will, I don't hate him. I actually forgave him to his face. I gave him the time to explain how sorry he was and what he was going through, and to tell me the things that he felt at the time and in that present time. And I let him plead his case. And while I would never trust him ever, not even to like hold my purse, like, I was able to forgive him. It wasn't difficult to forgive him. It really wasn't. You know, I took what he said at face value when he apologized and when he, said that he understood and he explained to me, you know, what he saw from his perspective of what he did and how he thought it affected me. And it was a very long conversation. It was like a 5-hour conversation where I literally sat on a stoop outside my job because he showed up, because it was part of his, program where he had to make amends. And I wasn't going to be the, I guess, the thing that jammed him up. I was going to be there for him to get better. I was going to do my part. And I did. I listened and I forgave him. And like I said, it wasn't difficult. It was actually a relief. But just because I forgive you doesn't mean I'm ever going to forget or give you an opportunity to do that shit again. Like, I can forgive you and walk away like nothing. But I've never felt hatred for him. Anger? Sure. Tons of anger. Hatred? No. Hatred destroys you. You become the thing that you hate. And I won't ever become like these people. By forgiving them and even having some sympathy for them. It made me a much more resilient person. It made me seem to other people like I was a bit of a pushover. I mean, people have told me that many times. Oh, you're such a doormat. You forgive her. What are you, stupid? And I'm like, no. But I mean, if I cared what other people thought about my decisions, my life would be very different. But I do what feels right for me. I'll take advice. Shit, I run everything by winning because I don't trust my first reactions anymore because I've been so messed up the last 2 years. And I'm still going to do what I want to do, but I trust him to give me, a fair assessment of what I'm actually doing and to give me the perspectives that I might not have thought of and the angles that I'm not seeing it from. So I take that all in. But I really I only really trust him to give it to me straight like that. Without an agenda or without any kind of prejudice in mind. Because it's very easy for people to give biased advice and they don't even realize it. It's colored by their own desires and their own needs. And they think they're looking out for you, but they're really looking out for how you are going to affect them or how it's going to affect them. And they don't even realize it. And I mean, that's natural. But he doesn't do that with me. And if it winds up that he does that, well, it was my mistake for seeing it differently. But I don't think that's the case. I think he'll always be a straight shooter with me. But yeah, if I lived my life based on how other people think I should feel, then I would have a very different life. I would have a lot of enemies, I can tell you that. Because most people are like, oh, you should be mad. You got to go at them. I'm like, for what? Like when I fight, it's literally in the moment. Once that moment passes, if I haven't had the fight, I'm not gonna. Because then it's just, ugh. Like I'm very much an in the moment, passionate person. I do the knee jerk reaction. I've been not doing that for a while, which is good. Like life is much more peaceful when I take a moment and go, wait, let me step back and just think about it. All right, it's not that big a deal. Like I don't have to react like that. And then I go back and I'm like, hey, and I'm fine. But I don't feel hatred. And yet God created love and hatred. He created black and white. He created yin and yang because everything melds together. Everything is complete that God made, in my opinion. Like he didn't do half measures. He didn't create one thing without a complete and total counterbalance to that. So that there would always be balance. I believe he created everything with balance in mind. With this perfection. Unfortunately, he gave us free will, so we have a tendency to throw things out of balance. We are flawed. That's what it is to be human. To be human is to be flawed. So, I mean, you're right. I think that is part of our DNA because I think everything comes from the divine. I think everything is created by God. But I do believe that, yeah, spirituality can be encoded in your DNA. It's part of what created you. So why wouldn't that translate over into daily life? Fuck you, Faye. I think you're funny, Puffer. Elifan said, I believe it because the miracle of life and how God advise us to only create within marriage. Now, I believe it was a reason because of how procreation is. Not advised, but commanded us. I mean, yeah. Neither one of my children were created within marriage. Neither one. So, and I was. Yet my children are better individuals than I was. Their lives are hard, but they're more blessed than mine was. They're not as hard as mine was. I always thought I got punished because of, my parents' marriage. I suffered because of my parents' marriage. I wasn't going to do that to my kids. And since I wasn't going to wind up with anybody because I was a ruined, girl, because thank you, Catholicism and guilt, and shame, I just gave up. And I was like, well, I'm never going to have the husband. So fuck it, I'm going to have the kids. Because let's face it, becoming a mother, there's a time period. Men could do it till they're dead, but us, not so much. And I wasn't going to lose that opportunity. There was no way that dream was going to get taken away from me. So when I found myself pregnant, there was no way anybody was going to convince me to give away that baby or get rid of that baby. It was not going to happen. And I fought to have Katie. Because everybody in my family was like, take it out, give it up. You'll be a horrible mother. Isn't that a terrible thing to say to somebody? It's not like I was a horrible person. Why would they believe I was going to be a horrible mother? Were they looking at like how I was raised? Because I went the other way. Everything I was denied as a kid, I gave to my kids in abundance. Everything that wasn't done for me as a kid, like love and care and protection and importance and, attention to who I was and encouragement, all those things I was never given, I gave them, buku amounts of them to my kids. I protected my kids. I believed in my kids. I supported them. I pushed them. With Connor, I pushed him with more compassion and patience than I ever thought I would be possible, like I would be capable of. I would have bet my life on the fact that there's no way I would have been that patient or that understanding with anybody ever. Because I have a hair trigger temper. And yet my son, I will literally go stoic until he's done. And I'm like, you done? All right. Now we're going to talk about it. And I won't do that with anybody else. And my relationship with Katie is very, very different. We're very volatile because I'm the only person. Everybody gives Katie sympathy. Sympathy isn't going to get her ahead in the world. And I don't mean like successful or whatever. I mean, she won't survive if all you give her is sympathy. I had to give her life skills. I had to, forge the iron. Like I literally had to temper her steel because she was so soft and weak and vulnerable. And everybody would be, oh, she'd turn on the tears and be like, oh, and they just rushed to give her whatever she wanted. And I go, no. Like, no, we're not doing this. No. So I always had to be a hard ass, and people are like, she's so mean to her. Fuck you and your opinions. And I'd be like, yeah, I mean, whatever. Like, go live your life. Leave me the fuck alone. Because I wouldn't enable her. They're like, well, you have to help her. No, I don't. I'm telling her how to do it. She's capable. Will it be difficult? Yes. The first time, it'll be super hard. The second time, it'll be easier. The third time, easier. You know how she's going to get good at it? Fucking practice. It used to drive me insane. she would like fall. She'd trip because she had, balance issues. She'd fall over and everybody would rush and I'd yell, "Stop, leave her alone." And I'd be like, "Oh my God, but she's hurt. She's not hurt. She fell. She's cushioned. She's fine. Did she hit her head? No. Did she break something? No. Is she bleeding? No. Is she complaining? No. Is she in pain? No. All she's struggling. Guess what? Are you going to be there every time she falls? No. Well, if she doesn't learn how to pick herself up, how's she going to do it when she's by herself? Are you always going to be there? Are you always going to be there to pick her up? Can you guarantee to her, not to me, because my life goes on. Are you going to guarantee to her you will be there every single time she needs you to do that thing for her? No. Then back the fuck up and let me do my job as a mother and make her capable of doing it herself. Because there are things in this life that she can't rely on anybody for. She has to be autonomous in that. And they never understood that. They thought I was mean. "Oh, you're so mean. Oh, you're so this." Fucking somebody, and I'm not going to say her name, cunt, and I'm mad that she said this, went on somebody's stream and said, "She took the walker away from Katie," whatever. Listen, don't do shit out of context because that really pisses me the fuck off. Yeah, at one point, I took away my daughter's wheelchair because she didn't need it and she wanted to depend on it, and that was not going to fly. And then I had to take away her walker so that she would learn to use the cane. So I did things for a reason. I did things to advance her independence, her self-independence, like her independence of self, not independence like, "Oh, I'm going to go get a job or whatever." Like I wanted her to be able to walk down a goddamn hallway and go pee by herself. So I had to do certain things, and this got used against me, and I still want to punch that person in the face sometimes over it. Otherwise, I forgave them, but that really, it pissed me off because how dare you? That's one thing that really irritated me. Don't bring my kids into it when you don't fucking understand what it's like. I had this little life that was so vulnerable, and I had to make it so she would be okay if something ever happened to me. Now, I'm mostly confident that if I died today, she'll find a way. She can take care of herself for the most part. She still needs a lot of training, which is what I do every day. But she's not the helpless little thing that she would have been if everybody did everything for her. So yeah, if I had to sacrifice that bestie kind of friendship with my daughter for the mother, daughter, parent, child relationship we have, then I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Because it helped her. I'll sacrifice that for me. I dreamed of being best friends with my daughter. Of shopping trips and vacations and doing each other's hair and, having little gab sessions. We have some of that. Yeah, but not what I dreamed of. But she's okay. She's stronger than anybody ever thought she would be. I did that. And if I had to give up that girlish dream that I had for her happiness and her, ability to continue on without me, then so be it. I think that's a fair trade. And I'd do it again and again and again and again. I'm LDS. We believe Lucifer was one of God's children and he wanted to do things his way. Christ was the good son who was obedient, was willing to do what God wanted. God is always the parent. That's why they call him God the Father. Yeah. I mean, I could see that. You believe he was one of the children. I do believe the angels were God's children because he did create them. Everything comes from God. That was my point. Like the universe, you could believe in angels, you could believe in saints, you could believe in the universe, you could believe in the alignment of the stars. Every single thing in this world, even scientifically proven things, are still somewhat a mystery because you can't tell me exactly where it all began. Everybody's like, oh, well, the Big Bang. Did the Big Bang like happen in a vacuum? Like, what created that? You know, every time you give me a beginning, my answer is okay, but what came before it? Well, this made that. Okay, but what made that? Well, that made that. Well, then what made that? You know, unless you could show me the absolute pinnacle point scientifically of where everything started and how that starting thing was started and how those components were started, I have to just break it down to God created it. And I know somebody's going to say, well, where did God come from? I don't know. That's as far back as I know how to go. You know, am I thinking God is like, you know, I don't know, he just existed? That's the problem with like personifying God, with making him relatable so that he's like, you know, human in some way, shape, or form. He was energy. Takes energy to make energy. Takes energy to make anything. Whether it's, you know, like a physical kind of a concrete like energy or, you know, like a kinetic energy or, you know, inertial energy, anything of that, it takes energy. And you can't get energy from nothing. So it came from somewhere. I believe God was the source of all energy because God is energy. You know, this begets that. You know, if there was anything, he is the peak, the pinnacle of the pyramid, and everything flowed down around him to create our world. Not just the earth, but everything in the universe, every galaxy, every star, most of which we don't even know about because it's so vast. So, yeah, God is actually, if you think about it, God is a simplification. As vast as it is, as mysterious and unexplainable as he is, he's still a simplification. We simplify him so that we can understand it because we are human beings with a finite ability to absorb information and process things like that. But God is huge. God is a mystery because he's not understandable. He's not relatable. He's beyond us. Do I want to know all the mysteries, you know, after I die? Yes, that's my dream. I dream of, again, seeing my family and, you know, my kids that I don't have, you know, that I lost in heaven, and my pets, you know, all my fur babies, you know, daddy and grandma and mama nun and grandpa and, you know, my sister. And I want that. But most of all, I want answers. I want to be able to go, but just why? Why all of it? How? When? Like, like explain it, to just show it to me because I won't be confined or constrained by human capabilities. I will have, I hope, the ability to understand on a higher level. Puffer said God is the parent. Yep. He the daddy and the mama. I mean, really, he is. Like they say God is male, which I tend to believe, but I don't think it's biological thing. I think it's a masculine energy. I think that's why the masculine human was the one he created first, because he said, I made you in God in my image. So it's like, okay, so your energy is masculine. You made the man first, and then he went on to create the perfect companion for him, the yin to his yang. Again, balance. I think that's why this whole world is so fucked up, because we're so out of balance. Like, it's one thing for like a couple people not to get married or whatever. Like, some people just don't, their fate is not to do that. They have a different purpose in life. But I think now we have taken an unnatural step away from our fate, from what was divinely set for us. And our free will is messing with the balance of the world. We've allowed evil to creep into our world to such a degree that people who seek balance actually feel shamed for it. And the people who push for imbalance celebrate it. They feel no shame because they've let evil corrupt them. They're not evil themselves, but they've been influenced by it. So their decisions are made based on bad information, on evil intents of others. Influence is a big thing. And I think that the way the world has gone, look at the judicial system. Did you ever think it would get to this point where we're literally sitting there just, we're sitting at computer screens, chin in hand, bored, watching a trial that is literally full of liars and whores who are being celebrated and held up as like beacons of fucking truth and justice and whatever. Like, we're literally using the word of whores and charlatans to prosecute people. How are they reputable witnesses? Honor and honesty and integrity are completely foreign concepts to them. They will literally sell their souls for $1. And these are the people that we're supposed to be listening to and trusting? Okay. How does that work? How did we get here? Can somebody explain it to me? Because I will never understand it. I will never understand how we all are sitting back grumbling about it. But we let it happen. We let the world get to the point where people in power think this is acceptable because they know us. They know that most people are going to go, look, like, my life is hard. I don't have time for this shit. Do whatever you want. Like, it's not going to affect me one way or another. Oh, it will. See, it doesn't matter what happens to Trump. It really doesn't. What matters is what we allow to happen in the meantime. It's what we accept in the process of him going through this. The fact that it even got this far says how complacent and how tarnished we've gotten in terms of morality, honorability, honesty. It's a very sad reflection of what we've allowed to come to pass. Because if they think they can get away with it, it's because they know they can get away with it. They don't risk things. They don't. They're very deliberate in the things they do. And if they're showing their hand this blatantly, this obviously, having Fannie Willis, who fucked her employee and paid him huge amounts of money, allegedly, like, who's colluding with, the government to put this, man away. Really, we're just, that's okay. Like, how are there not people screaming in judicial circles, in legislation, saying absolutely not? They're like, oh, well, we're going to do a token argument, or we're going to send her a harshly worded letter, or, we'll send her a little subpoena. No, this is when you bring down the hammer. This is an unequivocal no. This is when the government should be standing up and saying, no, absolutely not. We have laws against these things. We have constitutional, obligations to do things a certain way. So why are they still pussyfooting? Why are they quietly? And believe me, no matter how much they they're still being quiet because they have the ability to bring that hammer down hard, and they're not. Why not? Because they know they don't have to. They could do the bare minimum. They could do the token struggle, and we're going to go, okay, and be like, oh, this is a great guy for saying something. No, you're a great guy if you're doing something. Joe Neerman. I've been trying to figure out why I am so proud of him, why I am so willing to always bring him up and always show support for him, because he's not somebody who just said something. He didn't say, this is wrong. This is unlawful. He did something. He did something really risky too. These are not enemies you want to make. But he felt motivated. He felt moved to say, no, you can't gag this man. And I'm going to fight you, because you start with him and it moves on to all of us. And that is unacceptable. It's not just unacceptable. It is fundamentally wrong, and I won't have it. So he's trying to bring the hammer down, and he's getting taken out at the knees every turn, but he keeps going. I have so much respect for him for what he does, what he's doing, because he's not just giving lip service. He is physically fighting the fight. The outcome doesn't matter. It's the fight that matters. It's them seeing they have real opposition, that people are being moved to action, because it's easy to talk. I talk all day long. Does it make a difference? Probably not. Never. But when I do things, they make a difference. He's not just offering up platitudes. He's out there fighting. He's jumping through hoops. He's running himself ragged. And I know it's got to be stressing him out. But he puts on that brave face and he's like, yeah, no, we're doing it. We're going to keep going. And, that's why I tell you guys, go to his channel, subscribe to his channel, send him tweets, send him, little chats, send him rumble rants, whatever, to keep encouraging him. Tell him, you're doing it, Joe. Keep doing it. We believe in you. Because the rest of the world that doesn't want this to happen is going to put every obstacle it can in his way. And it's going to demoralize him at a speed you've never seen, with a force you've probably never seen. And he needs to be bolstered up. He needs that support. I can't give him all the support he needs, but I could give him what I've got. What I can spare, and then maybe a little more. But we can all do that. And I think he deserves that. He needs that. And we need that, because we need somebody who's willing to take action. Winning does it in his way. He does the educating everybody to say, hey, look, wake up. They're lying to you. I know you believe it, but if you just step back and look, there's fallacy upon fallacy upon fallacy. And you can't just say, oh, well, they're lying to me. Boo hoo. No, go to why. What are they trying to fix? What are they trying to change? What are they trying to misconstrue? Then why? Why are they trying to do it? What effect is it going to have? Where did it start? Because you got to go back to where it starts. And then when you find out where it started and what they've done, figure out how to counter and fix it. That's his whole thing. He's trying to teach everybody how to be people of action. That's what he's doing. He's not like, oh, I know everything. He's not that person. He's wrong just as much as he's right about a lot of things. And he's the first one to admit it. Well, maybe not the first, but because let's face it, he is stubborn and he is a man. But he will admit that he's not perfect. He's not going to get it right every time. He might misspeak. He might have a wrong think. But for the most part, he's doing things as logically and as honestly as he can. He's not preaching to anybody. He's trying to teach them to think for themselves, to not be influenced and swayed by people who would try to control them or harm them. He's trying to help. He's trying to galvanize a movement where people themselves say, no, we want you to bring the hammer down. I respect the shit out of that. I do. I believe in him. So I support Joe and I support winning. And they're both in two very thankless positions. Because it sucks when you put your heart and soul into trying to help other people and it doesn't seem to get anywhere. Whether they know it or not, they might not affect the world on like a pivotal kind of like way, but they inspire other people to do what they do or to change their minds to support what they do and to see the truth that's out there, which is what God wants you to see. God wants you to live in truth. Will they get rich off of it? No. Will they get famous off of it? No. Will they even get thanked? Probably not. But they're necessary. They're essential in changing this world so that we protect the ones that come after us. So they're safer. So they're freer. So they don't have to suffer the way we have. To me, that's all divine. They have that spark of divine inspiration within them that pushes them forward in a thankless, ever struggling fight to move forward. They're men of action. I think we need a lot more of that. I really do. But I don't take me wrong. Don't be offended. I don't think everybody is meant to be a person of action. I think some people are meant to be behind the scenes. I think they're meant to be part of the support structure because every man of action needs an army of support behind them. It takes a village. There's a lot of truth in that statement. So maybe it's fate. Maybe it's DNA. Maybe it's our own free will. But I think Ellie has quite the right of it. I think at the core of every single thing is the divine. because nothing, not one decision, not one action, not one being, not even a blade of grass would exist without it. That's what the atonement of Christ was about. I believe in a just God who allows us to be healed, judged, and have justice through Christ. That's what the atonement of Christ was about. Okay. Puffer says fate just means it'll happen. We choose how to handle it. Did I say who to handle it or how to handle it? Because I'm a little tired. We chose how to handle. They may have been looking at how you could provide for Katie. People say dumbass crap like horrible mother when they're scared and can't express themselves. Oh no, this bitch said it on purpose. She said it to malign me. And as much as I've forgiven her for everything else she's ever said, that I will probably never forgive. Because you came after my kid. And that don't fly with me. But I'll let it go, but I won't forgive it. Kids, especially since they've never apologized for it, and they should. Kids should always be off limits. Absolutely, Wolfram. Absolutely. Hey, Suzanne, what's up? How you doing, sweetie? Ellie, fine. I was getting ready for my day. No judgment here on people who have children out of wedlock. No, I know. Not my place. Also, I believe in the Heavenly Mother. I believe God is not a hypocrite. Listen, if I wasn't meant to have the kids, then God wouldn't have given them to me. Right? And like I said, with my kids, I believe my kids were meant to be special needs. And he looked around and said, she'll be fine. Give them to her because she's strong enough to deal with them and she needs purpose if she's going to keep going. And that's why when I went and became like part of the educational system, they insisted on putting me with special needs kids. They were like, you have a gift. I'm like, yeah, I know, because I get them. I understand being invisible. I understand being misunderstood. I understand, being so frustrated because nobody's on your level. Because let's face it, I grew up in a family where nobody understood me. They didn't understand my thinking. They didn't understand my capabilities. They didn't understand any of it. And it was frustrating. And if I could have thrown a fit without getting my ass handed to me, I would have. But these kids were raised a little easier than me. And a lot of it is unavoidable. The kids that I dealt with. But I mean, I never saw them as a problem. I saw them as a solution waiting to be found. I always found, again, another reason why I'm so drawn to winning. I instinctually observed them and looked for their root cause issue of their problems. Not that they were a problem, but they had problematic behaviors. They had triggers that nobody could figure out. And all I had to do was watch them and allow their body language and their mannerisms and their interactions to communicate to me what the cause of their breakdowns were, what the cause of their triggers were. And then I could address them and do away with them. It's not that hard. But apparently a lot of people can't see beyond the, oh my God, he won't stop screaming. Okay. Block that part out. Why is he screaming? Just watch him. You'll see. He'll tell you. He might not know he's telling you, but he'll tell you. Very shortly, he'll tell you. And they always do, but people are blind to it because they're so distracted by the noise. The noise never bothered me. That wasn't my focus. And I think I was able to block that kind of thing out because of the children that I had, because I had to learn something. There are things that I was given that talent, but as a seedling. And over time, it grew and grew and grew because I paid attention and I practiced and I nurtured it until, it was a thriving, living thing, until it it was planted firmly in, I guess, my garden of, you know, abilities. It was something I got to use because I believed in it. You know, I knew it was important and I gave it room and energy to grow. A lot of people don't. And maybe I wouldn't have if I didn't have my kids. I wouldn't have done that probably if I just jumped into education without having the children that I had. And the only reason I was able to learn it with them is because I believe in unconditional love for your children. I'm not talking about you just accept everything they do, but you love them unconditionally. So you're willing to go to any length, no matter how hard, to make them better, you know, to give them what they need throughout their childhood. You know, it's not spoiling your child to fulfill their needs. It's it's punishment if you don't, because you're thwarting their, um their development. You know, you're making them develop in an unhealthy way. So better to just, for your kids, you do everything you can. Did I get everything right? God, no. I fucked up so much. Oh my God. But I never did it with bad intentions or selfish intentions. I did it, I hate to say it, out of ignorance because I didn't know, because I didn't grow up with that. I didn't get to see that. Sometimes I didn't even know certain things existed. I didn't know that I could have a well of patience to draw from. I didn't know that I was capable of constantly getting back up, getting back up, getting back up. It's like fighting a very formidable, oversized fighter, and you have to go round after round after round. And there's no bell, there's no throwing in the towel. It's just nonstop. You got no choice. It's you get knocked down, you get back up. I couldn't always do it for me, but I could do it every time for my kids. I could do it every time for my kids. There's something really otherworldly about that. Because where did that strength come from? Because God knows I didn't have it. And I do think that that came from God and from, the Blessed Virgin and from Jesus Christ and the saints and my angels and from the spirituality, I think, of other good people that I've met. Like Father Junior in the hospital. Do I think God sent him my way? I absolutely did. This man knew things that nobody could have known. He knew things that I didn't know, and I still don't know if he's correct, but he knew them with such certainty that I can't help but believe him. I think all of that goes together. So yeah, I believe that even though I wasn't married, you know, God said, "Well, all right. So she's not doing what she's supposed to do, but she has to do this." I think my children were meant to be mine. And God was not, I think they were the greater plan. I don't think God was going to let another man ever get in the way of that. I think he was like, no, her purpose is these kids and then the students. And then I hate to say it, but then the adults, because all of that led me here to be able to be vulnerable and to be weak, or to appear weak, I should say, because I'm never weak. Even at my worst, at my most fragile, I'm still 10 times stronger than anybody would ever guess. Because again, I was forged in the deepest of fires. So I can take it. Whatever you throw at me, I can take it. I may have little breakdowns along the way, but I will come out the other side of that hell every time. I believe that. So yeah, I believe that God said, well, man or not, well, she's just going to have to be an exception. I don't know. Well, she'll pay for it later in some way, but she's getting those kids. Like, she's got to have those kids. I believe that because without his permission, I guess they wouldn't have been created, because life, the beginning of life, is a miracle. Especially, you look at my pregnancies. The doctor said I couldn't get pregnant ever. And I got pregnant with Katie. Because I don't like his name and I don't like to say what he did. But like, Carlos fucked me up bad enough that my reproductive organs were not working. They weren't even in the right place anymore. They're like, in your 20s, maybe, if you want, you can get a surgery and we can create like a netting and everything. He fucked me up bad. I was never supposed to be able to even conceive because there was no way in. He had reversed so many things, with the beatings and everything else. But I got pregnant with Katie. And I remember sitting there looking at the stick going, no, it's not possible. It's everything in my body is screaming, you're going to have a baby. I was only 3 weeks along. And yet I knew. And I kept looking at that damn pea stick going, no, there's no fucking way. There's no way. No. Like 3 separate doctors told me it's never going to happen. They guaranteed me it is impossible for you to conceive. Okay. That's why I went reckless. Every dream was taken away from me. So I just threw all caution to the wind. It was like, fuck it. I'm going to do whatever I want. And I lived the riskiest life I could. And then all of a sudden, boop, you're pregnant. What? What? No. Nothing is impossible when it comes to God. And Connor, come on. Hadn't had sex in a year. And then I have literally less than 3 minutes once with somebody I haven't seen in 10 years when I'm not supposed to be fertile. And Bob's your uncle. There you go. I'm pregnant. What? Like, that's why when I say my children were destined to be my children, they really were. I believe that. Because they both were conceived against all odds. Like, may the odds forever be in your favor. The odds were not in my favor in any way, shape, or form. And yet I got those 2 kids. And they've kept me alive just as much as I've kept them alive. And I get them more than anybody else on this planet. And they know that. So yeah, when God has a plan, I don't think he lets any circumstances or rules get in the way. If he's determined, he's determined. I believe that he, as well as Christ, have a wife. You think they have wives? I never thought of that. I mean, honestly, I thought Jesus might. I never understood the whole Jesus not having a wife thing, because when he died, he was 33. And back then, 33 years was a really long life because people died so easily. They didn't have medicines. They didn't have good water. They basically can live with their livestock. So mortality rates were high. Lifespans were very short. So to make it to 35 without having a wife seemed a little sketchy to me because they got married very young. That was the thing. I mean, they didn't wait until their 20s and 30s to get married. Like as soon as they were capable, they were married. And that was it. Because you had to start quick. And you sometimes had like a dozen children. You can tell me never? Everybody's like, well, it wasn't God's plan. How do you know? Were you around? Were you there? I'm going to pull a Johnny Depp. Were you there? Well, they wrote it down. Oh, and people never lie. They never lie. They never write things from their own biased perspective. No, it's just every single thing ever written on paper has been from somebody else's biased perspective. Oh, so they wrote these in the presence of Jesus, right? In the presence of Moses. No, they wrote it years later. Oh, so there's no chance that what was written down was choice. That some things might have been left out. That's why there's so many different religions, because there's no way of knowing. You basically go on faith. Wolfram, thank you for throwing that out to ungag Trump. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. God knew that we would sin. He also made a way to rectify it if we wanted. It's our choice in what we do. Those choices, both good and bad, have consequences. They do. And we have to suffer the consequences. But I do believe that whatever your purpose is set by God, you're going to achieve it, because that's when your life ends. I don't think God brings us home until we've done what we were supposed to fucking do. It's like, don't come home until your chores are done or whatever. You can't watch TV until your chores are done. That's God. You can't come back to heaven until all your chores are done. Here's your list. By the way, half the things on that list, I'm going to keep secret. They're in invisible ink. You're never going to know it. But when you achieve them, I'll know. And I know it, people are like, oh, how sacrilegious. That's the way I look at things. I have to make it a little humorous. I do think God is just like, no. I have a whole list of things for you to do. I'm going to give you half the list. The other half you have to guess. But we'll get there. I promise. Because once you get there, then I'll bring you home. Or once you get there, you got to go somewhere else. I don't think a lot of people go to hell. I really don't. I don't think God wants that. I don't think he wants to have that estranged, relationship with his creations. I don't think hell is overflowing with the damned or whatever. Do I believe that people go to hell? Yes, I do. Do I believe they go to hell for little shit? No, I don't. I don't think God is like that. Because much like most parents, he unconditionally loves us. And his capacity for forgiveness is immense. And sometimes unbelievable. But it still exists. That's why I tend to believe in the good in people. Even when they prove me wrong, I still think there's still good to be had with that person. I think there's good in there. They won't give into it. They're trying to squash it. And the thing is, you can't. The people that are capable of completely squashing that good, those are the ones that want to burn the world. They're existing now. I mean, they've always existed in one shape or form somewhere. But I think there's an abundance of them now, because now they bolster each other. And evil begets evil. They nurture the darkness instead of the light, because it's easier. It is an easier path to just take care of yourself. Just make yourself happy. Sure, who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want to be happy all the time? But I don't want to be happy if it means I have to take all my morals and principles and throw them out the window and be like, fuck everybody else. I'm just thinking about me. That's not how I'm made. Bianca, got to make sure last night's storm didn't damage my property. Still listening. Oh, I hope nothing got damaged. Shelley, look for a used copy of a book called Life Before Life by a psychologist, Helen Wambach. Wambach. It sounds like a Star Wars creature. Wait, I gotta get a pen. I'm gonna write it down. I didn't script today at all, yo. So I've literally been going by the seat of my pants because I'm just talking. Hey, Cat Ninja. I know I'm behind in chat. Surprise! Life Before Life by Helen Wambach. Alrighty. Who did regressions to memories to the birth experience and in the womb in the 70s. Oh, that's interesting. I'd like that. I hate to say, but I bet you YouTube has videos on it. And if they don't, they might soon. Cat Ninja. Hey, Shelly. Hey, Amber. How you doing, you stealthy cat, you? Elephant. God heard the docs and decided it was a challenge. Yep. I really do. That's why I always say that was not a challenge. That was not a challenge. Because I really do think he goes, challenge accepted. Yeah, because he's like, oh, you think so? Hold my beer. Like, I put God in that in my head. Do I think he's actually doing that? No, but he gave me the ability to think that, right? Like, that's how I make him relatable to me. That's how I explain things that are unexplainable. Elephant said, I'm back. It's all good. Cool. Your property's okay? Good. I hope you're done for storms for a while because y'all need like a chance to, recoup. Yes, I truly believe God and Christ are married and have a wife and children. I don't think they're hypocrites that command us to marry and multiply without doing it themselves. I don't know. God being married, I don't know that I believe he needed to create something to create more. I think every creation just came from him. That's within his power. But Jesus, I'm willing to believe, but I also don't believe that God is corporeal. I don't believe that how do I put this? I don't believe that he needed a companion to do what he wanted to do, to be fulfilled. He's not missing something. He's not a yin or a yang. He is the foundation from which the yin and yang sprung from and rests upon. And he is both man and woman. He is both man and wife. He is child and parent. He is everything. So my mind can't come up with any type of like equation or scenario where he would need or want a wife because his creations were his everything. But Jesus was different. Jesus was, God made man. He was corporealized. He was humanized. He was given molecular definition. He was given substance and matter on an earthly plane. So yeah, I believe that he had human needs. I just think that the church, to keep him as divine as possible, left that out. I do believe that the people who were in charge of starting the religions and setting all the stories down and everything, I believe they left that out to make him more godlike. Whereas the difference is we needed Christ to be godlike, but we needed for him to be more like us, man-made, like more relatable that way. I mean, I can see that for him. I can't. I don't doubt that you have your reasons or whatever, and I respect your beliefs. But for me, I can't do the God had a wife thing. But I always did think that Jesus had to have something. There had to be a lineage or something. But I just don't see it with God because everything sprang from God. Why would he want or need somebody who would have to be, you know, on par with him? He didn't need a balance. To give him a wife in my head would set his world into an imbalance. And since he's a perfect balance of all things, he wouldn't need that. It's not about what God wants or whatever. It's his wants are completely on a different plane than ours. Our needs and wants are earthly and mortal, and his are eternal and purely energetically and spiritually contrived. Or conceived, I should say. I think you got to work hard to go to hell. I do think that. I really do. I do think you have to work hard to go to hell because I don't think God wants to be separated from any of his children. Ever. I mean, it would take something real, like a huge deal breaker for them to be separated from him. And even then, I think there's still hope for redemption. You think God never plucked somebody out of hell and gave him a second chance? I do. Now, he might not have brought them to heaven, but he might have put them back on earth and said, here, you know what? You learned your lesson. Go ahead. Let's see. Go do it again. Here you go. Same purpose, different time, different life, different, vessel. But let's see how you do this time. I think that's why we have memories of different times, why we experience like different kinds of deja vu. We didn't live through it, but maybe somebody else did, and we lived through it at a different time or whatever. Why we instinctually know things that we've never been taught. Why we're so good at certain things, because we were good at them before, and that talent and practice carried over. I think there are lessons that we come into this life with if we're repeating the process. And yet there are a lot of people who are new souls to this planet, and there are some who've done it before. And I do believe that the ones who have been here before, they were the ones that probably messed up so bad they went to hell, and God said, all right, you got to have a timeout. It's going to be the worst timeout in history for you, but I'm putting you in a timeout, and then we'll try this again. I believe that. I do. And nobody taught me that. That's a conclusion I came to. It's an idea that I had that felt true. It makes sense to me. But again, it's just my belief, my opinion. Nobody else has to accept it or even like it, but it's mine. It's all mine, and nobody can take it from me. God doesn't send people. People who choose. Wait, God doesn't send people. People who choose to not be with God go to hell. Hell is to be separated from God. See, I don't know about that either. I just, they're separate from God, but like I said, I think it's a timeout. I don't think it's a forever thing. Because I think, if anything, that would offend God, to have one of his creations be lost to him forever. So I think he's going to bring his brand of justice, and your sentence is hell. And when he feels like it, when he feels you've gotten to that redemptive point, he plucks you out and goes, all right, try again. And that's it. And you're going to keep doing it, even if it takes you 1,000 lifetimes. But I don't think God gives up on any of us. Even the most degenerate, evil soul, I don't believe he gives up on them. If he didn't believe in the redemption of the devil, why wouldn't he just eradicate him? Blink him out of existence. He's got the power to do that. But no, I think he believes that in the end, at some point, his child, because it was a child of light, he was the morning star, his child will come back to him, will have learned and turned back toward him instead of away from him. Stop being rebellious and evil and horrible. That's the God I believe in. The God that believes even the devil can be redeemed. Not through us, but through him. Through his love. Because his love is supposed to be cleansing. I believe it is. Yeah, to us, the devil's been at work for a very long time. To God, it's a blink. It's a blink. Nothing. I believe in a God that believes he can redeem the devil. Eventually. He believes that there's a spark, just a little iota of good left in him that will turn him back to his Father, to his Creator. That's the world I live in. That's the world that exists in my head. And that's what my soul tells me is true. And that's something that I've believed since I was little. Nobody taught that to me. That's not something you're taught as a Catholic. Everything is black and white. The devil's bad, God is good. Yes, God is amazing. But do I think that God would give up on anybody? Never. Never. There are certain people I wouldn't be surprised if they do go to hell. For example, Mustache Man from World War II. Oh yeah. Oh, I have no doubt. And God, I believe, has a sense of humor. When he decides to pluck him out of hell and put him back on earth, he's going to put him as somebody that would normally be targeted by someone like him. Because I believe he goes, all right, you didn't learn your lesson? Well, let's see if you learn your lesson if I put you at the receiving end of what you did. Let's see if you like a taste of your own medicine, because I'm going to give you a whole lifetime of it. And then you go back to hell and sit and think about it for a while, and then we'll see. Or you go to purgatory, or this is purgatory, really, I think. But let's give you tons of your own medicine and see what happens. Let's see what that does to you. Because I don't think any soul is irredeemable. We're not just people. Our souls belong to God. He's not going to give it away and just throw it to hell and go, there you go, fuck it, I don't care about it. Like, that's, It's like, no, I made that. If you're any kind of artist, anything you create matters to you. You're never going to part with it voluntarily. And even when you do, there's always that desire and hope that somehow it makes its way back to you. That somehow it fulfills its purpose. That it's appreciated and it's a force for good, and it's, it's just a good thing. And I think God is the same way. I think God said, hey, I created all these belong to me. I literally made them. You fucked up. You fucked up. You fucked up. You didn't learn your lesson. You didn't, complete your purpose. Timeout chair for you, which would be hell. Go to timeout chair. Spend a couple centuries in there. You'll learn your lesson. I also do think that time works differently in heaven and hell. I don't think time really is a thing in heaven. I think in hell, a minute here would probably be like 100 lifetimes in hell. Because you have to be that bad to It has to be that bad of a situation to teach you your lesson. And it's going to take time. So yeah, I think that time is elongated, you know, in hell. I think there's a lot more time in hell than there is here. Put it that way. Do, 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 do. Wolfkinder said archaeologists have found altars to Asherah believed to be worshipped as the wife of God. Really? Huh. I can't imagine God with a wife. I'm gonna look into that though. Elephant. I haven't heard of that, but I believe it. But not the wife of the Abrahamic God. Okay. Wife of what, like the Egyptian god of all and everything else. We don't ever hear about a woman by his side. Nope. Keeps his children by his side. Like the Holy Spirit is at his side, that Jesus is at his side. Mary is in there somewhere because she was the most divine woman. We hear about most of the women from, we don't hear about most of the women from back then. They're mostly excluded from scripture, sadly. And I mean, there's a reason for that. You know, and if you think about it, to create the family structure that worked, they kind of had to. They kind of had to make it patriarchal. Because while we're all about balance, there can't be a power equality, or else the balance doesn't work. There has to be a power companion, like a perfect fit. But they're not going to be equal. They're going to be perfectly fitted for one another, but not equal. I don't believe that they're equal. Because you always have to have a leader. Everybody needs a head. You can exist in life without an arm, without a leg. You can't live without your mind or your heart. You can't. You absolutely cannot. You can't breathe. You can't function. Even your involuntary systems don't work without your head and your heart. So to be perfectly balanced, you would need both of them. They're not equal, but they're both essential and they work together in harmony. That's what I believe a man and a woman should be. That's why I believe men are usually the logic, head of things, and women are the heart and hearth. That's why we are the way we are. That's why we are so much more emotionally based than the masculine side of humanity. Meanwhile, the men are more logically and physically based than we are, because they have to be complementary. They have to fit together, but it's not equal because they're different powers. But yet they combine to create one magnificent, unstoppable thing. That's just my take, though. I mean, that again, I don't speak from a religious point of view. I speak from a very artistic point of view. Everything I talk about is visual and it's beautiful and it's a vision in my head. Like it's a literal whole world that lives in my head that y'all can't see and you probably can't understand unless I really break it down. And it's too much. It's too much to ever just explain to somebody else why my head is the way it is. But that's the art. That's the artist in me. That's I'm very factual. I'm very um, concrete based in many ways, but most of what I am is artistic. And so I tend to see things in a different way. You know, I look for what's in the negative space. I mentioned this the other day. Somebody was talking about, oh, it's all negative space. Nobody needs negative space. And I was like, bro, when I draw, I don't draw what I see. I draw the negative space. Like, you know, yes, that's what guides me when I draw, which is why I can't draw out of my head as well as I can draw something that I'm looking at and I can replicate it because I'm not drawing the details of what that is. I'm drawing everything around the details. It's not the specifics that I'm going to get down first. It's the whole backdrop. All that negative space tells me more than the image itself. I interpret that and see that most of all. So my mind thinks very differently than a lot of other people. And it's always fun for me to meet people who think like me because I'm like, oh, did you think? They're like, oh my God, I didn't think anybody else thought that. I'm like, oh, thank God I'm not alone. And it really is something that I don't come across very, very often. It can be a little lonely being out on that weird branch by myself, but I'm not saying it's good or bad or better or worse or anything. I'm just saying it's weird. My brain is weird. And I try to explain it, and I don't think anybody really understands what goes on in there. It's frightening. It really is. But yeah, I do believe that they had to make religions predominantly male powered because they have to put the logic above emotion because emotion is too taciturn, it's too mercurial. It's not constant, it's not predictable. Logic can be written out. So the head could be programmed to know how to respond in certain scenarios, to be secure, to be stable. Why do you think we look toward men many times for our own security? Whether we're in a higher position of power in life or not, they do supply the security. No woman has ever made me feel safe. None. No woman has ever made me feel unsafe. They're not responsible for that feeling in me, one way or another. But the men in my life have been, for good or for bad, they have been. They're responsible for my feeling of security. And I've only ever felt safe with 3 people, 3 men. I mean, other than my son, that's different. But I mean, he's my son. I made him. So, and even him, sometimes I'm like, I'm a little iffy. But I've found safety in 3 men in my life. One for many years. One, it was fleeting, but it was there. And now one ongoing. And I appreciate that more than they'll ever know. Because I've never felt that with anybody else, male or female. It's very special. And I do think that that's a male role in life, is to provide that stability, that foundation that never wavers. You know, yes, they have emotions, but they're solid usually. You know, man is supposed to be dependable. You know, it's supposed to be something we can lean on. And we're supposed to be the place they go to recharge and find peace and have support and find their pride and their ambition and drive to keep being good people and move on and to be better, to be stronger. It gets bastardized and people like to use it to shame you or whatever. Oh, you need a man. What kind of woman are you? I'm the kind of woman that needs a man. I'm not going to be embarrassed about it. Do I need him for everything? No. Do I need him to be happy? No. Do I need him to be the person that I feel I need to be, that I want to be? Yes. Can I do it on my own? No. What I want, I cannot achieve on my own. I can survive on my own. I can exist on my own. I don't feel like I can live on my own, because existing and living are two very, very different things. People like to, conflate them, and you just can't. Jesus was a man, but he was and is still God. Yeah, but nerd, to say he was a man but is still God, yes, but you still have to feed the needs of the man. Even he struggled with the mortal side of who he was, because it was something he didn't know how to be godlike and be a man. It took him years to come to terms with that. He was tempted. He had the temptation of man, but he had the strength of God. So he was able to overcome a lot of male temptations, a lot of mortal temptations, I should say. But do I believe that he probably had a wife? Yeah. Because he didn't come to his culmination of who he was until later in life. There was a whole bunch of years that he existed where nobody talks about it. Maybe she didn't live. Like I said, mortality was not great. Maybe he had kids and they didn't live. We don't know, because nobody talks about it. Nobody exists from like I said, were you there? I wasn't there either. So neither one of us can determine what happened, but you can't rule it out either. I mean, you go from his birth to his teenage years straight to his 30s. That's some pretty bad fucking storytelling. That's a huge plot hole. A lot of shit happens in 10 years. Just think of what has happened in this world in the last 5. And you're going to tell me that in 10 years, nothing ever happened to this dude? Really? Did he go to sleep and become like Rip Van Winkle and then wake up and say, hey, I'm the Lamb of God. Here we go. Let's start this. No. I think that things happen in those years that were left out. Maybe those years were tragic for him. Maybe they were super happy. Maybe he procreated. Maybe he didn't. The thing is, we don't know. People like to assume that he didn't. That's a pretty bold assumption to make, given that it would be extremely against every tradition, including his religion, because he was Jewish, to do that. Yes, he was a son of God, but he was raised in a faith. He adhered to most of those, yet he knew more than the Pharisees knew. So like he knew so much, but he also knew what God wanted out of man. And if he was going to experience life as a man, to be able to know us on that level, which was the purpose, to understand us and then still choose to sacrifice himself for us. He had to have such a profound, fathomless, like unfathomable understanding of us that I don't get how he could get there without experiencing that. Because why is marriage a sacrament? It is. You have baptism, you have penance, communion, confirmation, because even God realizes, okay, you said you'd do this as a kid. However, Now you're a teenager. You know more about yourself. I need you to make the promise again, to confirm that you are mine and you believe in me and you will be devoted to me and live by my rules. And then what do you have? You have holy orders, which is marriage to God and church, or you have marriage. What's left after that? Last rites. That's it. I can't imagine that, Jesus went through his life without experiencing that. Now, whether it was good or bad, I don't know. But I can't imagine that a man going through a mortal life, trying to understand us on every level, wouldn't go through that experience. It doesn't matter that he was also divine. He had a mission. God gave him a mission. If you think he wasn't going to pull out all the stops for that mission, I think you're wrong. I mean, it's your opinion and you're welcome to have it. But I don't see how he could accomplish the ultimate sacrifice without understanding us on every single level. And marriage is not something you understand through observation. Parenting is not something you understand through observation. You have to go through it to get it. That's why I get pissed off when people with no kids tell me how to be a parent. Shut up. Oh, well, I helped raise my brothers and sisters. I don't give a fuck who you helped raise. Did you grow them yourself? Did you? Are you the sole responsibility for that life? Then I don't want to hear it. Keep your opinions to yourself. That's what pisses me off. And then they're, I'm an expert in that. No, you went to school for that and you judged based on like what you learned from other people who they also probably didn't have kids either. And if they did, they probably fucked them up. Puffer, but we hear about Mary. We don't know God's life, Jesus's life. Yeah. But like I said, there's a huge swath of his life that we don't know anything about. And even Mary, there's so much about Mary we don't know. We just know little snippets, the important bits. That's it. Like daily life and like her friends and stuff like that, her associations. We don't really know that. We don't know what she went through. We don't know how people treated her. I don't believe they're in the same being. Mary Magdalene, Joanna, Susanna, and Salome are just some of the women that traveled with Jesus. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that any of them were just like hangers on. Maybe some had importance. Maybe some didn't. We don't know because they didn't write about them that much. And what they did, they were kind of side notes. Then that undoes everything Jesus taught. How do you figure? I don't buy into Catholicism. You think Jesus is God? Of course Jesus is God. Jesus came from God. He's not the source. He's not the trunk of he's not the tree. He's a leaf, or he's a branch, I should say. Like everything's set. God is the earth in which the tree grew. So, all right. So if God's the earth, Jesus is the tree, and all of humanity gets to be the branches, leaves, roots, everything that belong to both, because they can't exist without the other. Jesus wouldn't exist without the earth, but the earth would exist. Like Jesus, the tree, wouldn't exist without the earth, which is God. But God as the earth would exist without the tree. That is Jesus. You get it? But it's still a part of him. It still came from him. Neither do I. I'm not Catholic. Jesus claimed to be God. Jesus did not claim to be God outright. He claimed to be the Son of God, which of course makes him part God. The same way you're the son of your father, which means that your father is a part of you. You're not a separate entity. You carry your father within you. You could not exist without your father having existed. He's also the hand of God. That's right. And he sits at the right hand of the Father, which is why he calls him my Father. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, 3 aspects of God in one. That's an oversimplification. They're part of one being, but again, Jesus was added later because he didn't exist. The Son didn't exist until it was necessary. The Holy Spirit is God's energy. If you think about the Son, Jesus didn't exist until a certain point in time. Jesus sent his only Son. Yes. Sent is a weird word to use. I think that's how the priests that wrote everything down, or the apostles who wrote things down, that's how they envisioned it. I don't necessarily think that you can think on a concrete mortal way for something that is purely light and energy and spiritual. You're trying to make something mortal that is not mortal. The same rules don't apply. And the only reason that that's accepted, I think, by God is because he said, whatever you hold true on earth, I will hold true in heaven. So if you believe it here, I'm not going to fault you for it. But I think he's like, when you get up here, I'm going to set you straight. I think there's a greater understanding to be had when we get to another plane of existence. According to Greek translations I read, you're deciphering wrong. No big deal. Ooh. Regardless, you believe. Step ahead. Okay. See, I don't really argue religion. You're going to believe what you're going to believe. My beliefs are my own. Nobody else has to accept them. I don't hold it against anybody. It's just my beliefs are what my soul says is true. I don't have to be told by somebody else to come to a conclusion, because I've just gotten there over time. I don't see it that way at Outpost Nerd. I believe in the Godhead, but they're separate beings to me. Christ prayed, isn't he Garden of Gethsemane? In the Garden of, is it Gethsemane? Is that how you say it? To God, why would he pray to himself? Shelley, with your idea that God plucks people from hell and gives them another chance, are you talking about the idea of reincarnation? Kind of, but no, I don't call it reincarnation. Because not everybody is destined for that. Not everybody needs to be reincarnated. I believe reincarnation is, that our definition of it belongs to a whole other religious area. But as far as like my thought on like people from hell, yeah, I don't believe they're reincarnated. I think that God just, not your, how do I explain this? It's not your typical reincarnation, like what we think of reincarnation. I don't think you're recognizable. Like reincarnation, they tend to think they see other people that they're like, oh, you must be the reincarnation of whatever. I don't think it's like that. I don't think you're just the same person living over. I think your soul is what's put back. And I don't believe it holds every single memory or whatever. I think whatever it went to hell with is what, and then learned there, because I think that's what hell is. Hell is almost like a reprogramming station. It's like a rehab that your soul goes to. It's just not pleasant in any way, shape, or form. But the hard lessons never are. That's why they're hard lessons. But I do believe that God won't give up on anybody. If that offends you, what can I say, nerd? Fuck you. Like, be offended. You'll be all right. Nobody ever died from being offended. But that's my belief. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, here's what I believe. Jesus claimed to be God many times in his life when he said, I am, or Yahweh. When Moses spoke to God at the burning bush and asked who to tell the people sent him, God responded to him, tell them I sent you. Okay. He also referred to himself as the Son of God. He referred to himself all throughout the book of Matthew as the Son of God. Who am I? They said, you're the Son of God. And he agreed. And he said, my Father, my Father, my Father. He did not say, to my knowledge, only that he was God. He said that he was of God. I am. Yes, he is. Yahweh. Yes, whatever. And what does Moses have to do in anything? We're talking about Jesus, and you're going back to the Old Testament. Moses was a messenger. I hate to tell you, but Jesus in many ways was a messenger as well. He was just as much a servant of God as Moses, only his lineage was closer. He had a more direct connection to God because God specifically anointed him as his son and said, this is my son. You're worried about what Jesus said. What about what God told everybody to say? What God told him to say? I don't see where you're saying that Jesus claimed to be God. I don't ever remember Jesus claiming to be God on earth. A vessel of God, yes. A son of God, yes. The lamb and sacrifice of God, yes. To be made of the Father with the Father. But he never said he was the Father. Never do I remember Jesus saying, I am the Father of everyone. He always referred to his Father. I don't know. I'm searching my brain and it's driving me nuts because I'm literally microfishing my way through my my Catholic teachings and my Bible readings and everything I've accrued in like 50 freaking years. And it's frustrating because I can't think and I have blanks and I'm like, oh, but I can't think of one time where he claimed to be God outright without some kind of I guess like a disclaimer or a caveat attached to it. I can't think of one. Even what you're saying, that saying I am, that does not say that he was God. He is, of course, the closest thing we ever had. The way I describe my beliefs in the Godhead is like the federal government and the three branches, but one purpose. Yeah. Yes. God responded, tell them I sent you for Moses. Yeah. I mean, he was a messenger. Of course they would say that. Moses didn't come directly from God. I mean, literally, God created a virgin birth, a virgin conception. It was the immaculate conception. But I don't believe Jesus I don't remember that. I could be wrong, but even if they say that he said it, I don't believe it. I really don't. I don't take everything in the Bible that was written as, 100% fact, because most of it was written hundreds of years after Jesus even existed. So there's going to be a loss in translation as well. That makes no sense to me. Christ would not pray to himself in the garden. He prayed to his Father. It makes no sense to pray to yourself, there was greater. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with the whole time thing. A day with God is like 1,000 everywhere. No, see, I don't think time exists with God. I don't. Because otherwise your eternity would be torture. Even if you're happy, it would be unmarkable. Um, I just think time doesn't really exist in heaven. You just are because you're just at peace and it's not about happy, sad, whatever. I think peace is what you achieve when you get to heaven. So the whole 7 days of creation thing is, I think, taken too literally. No, but we don't know how long God made days when he made them. They could be as long or as short as he needed them to be because he was in charge of everything. He was in charge of time and the planets and yeah, everything, light, dark, weather. Yeah, he created everything. He created water, he created oceans, he salted some, he didn't salt some, he filled some with fish, he filled some with nothing but predators. Some had nothing but, plants. Some had nothing but bacterium and, amoebas and things that would grow into creatures someday. He was in charge of all that. So a day could be as long as he wanted it to be or as short as he wanted it to be. What if he got things done real quick? That could have been one day. It was just a mark of a beginning and end. I don't think it had anything to do with hours or minutes or anything like time the way we think of it. But I think the 7 days was a way to give man an appreciation of the steps that he took and to create a calendar. Yeah, everything was a mechanism to create something else. So things would run. How would you create a calendar unless you had a reason back then? And back then they didn't have science. Like in any way, shape, or form, not reputable at any rate. But they did have religion. They had tradition. They had beliefs. So what's the best way to create something is base it on that belief. Okay, so where's the story in that? Well, according to whatever, like this is what God told such and such or whatever. Because I don't know who came up, who wrote Genesis or whatever. I really don't. Do you? Like, I don't know the name of whoever came up with writing the stories of the Old Testament in the way they were written. But maybe they knew that would be a good vehicle for them to use to create a calendar. Like which came first? The God made, the world in 7 days and now we have a work week or we have a week? Or did they create a calendar and say, you know what, we have to adjust this story to fit this so that people understand it? We got to give them a reference, a time reference so that they can understand. Either way, the two ideas had to marry each other to be successful. Like you can't understand 7 days if you don't have a calendar, and you can't really get the calendar without the 7 days. Like, so they used religion, I think, to back up their new scientific measurement thing. And they do that a lot. Science comes up with something, it's not explainable, and it comes down to religion. I don't think science and religion are exclusive. I really don't. I think we've created a divide because there's competition. One wants to know more than the other. But there's no way for any of them or either of them to know the unknown. There's just none. Messenger, wait, I missed something. You're thinking that God and Jesus were not part of a whole. The Son came down, but the Father part was still in heaven sitting on the throne. No, I'm not. I already explained that. Messenger meaning not God. I'm a creation of God. Am I God? No. See? Very good, Puffer. You did that so much better than I did. That was way easier to say than what I said. See, I think too much. Like I overthink, and then I have to like I have a hard time simplifying my thoughts. And oh man, that was perfect. Messenger meaning not God. I am a creation of God, but am I God? No. Very good, Puffer. Thank you for that. Interesting. Interestingly, you are considered Jewish if your mother is Jewish. The lineage of Jesus back to David is followed by Mother Mary's genealogy. Yep. Mhm. Because scientifically, you can't always be sure of who the father is if, you know, if there's anything going on back then. Like back then, you didn't know if, you know, if a woman was married and she had a dalliance, you couldn't guarantee that that kid was her husband's or her lover's or whoever. But you could guarantee that kid was her. You know, because the contribution was made, but the creation was, you know, housed in one specific individual. So you knew that the matriarchal lineage was undeniable, which is why the tale of Solomon, like the baby thing in Solomon, just hit me so hard, because it was like, that's my baby, that's me. You didn't hear about people claiming that they had the wrong child or whatever, like that somebody stole their baby. Kids belong to their mothers. The father was always, you know, that was taken on faith. To be fair, before DNA came along, you took that just on the woman's word. That was it. Yeah, but you knew it came from that woman. That's why a lot of like the older royal lines as well went through the matriarchy. That was the importance. The man held the power, but the woman held the royal bloodline. She was responsible for that continuous line. It was more important back then because they knew it came from that woman. Did you miss this? How presented this way? I describe my beliefs in the God as the head of like one purpose. Absolutely. That's different than what I said. Like I said, I don't buy into Catholicism. Again, I'm not Catholic, but you were stating things that are Catholic. Mm-hmm. I'm stating things that are Christian. Okay. Again, the two are not always mutually exclusive. Cat Ninja, I do that too. Shelly, draw the negative. Say, really? Oh, I feel seen. Thank you, Cat Ninja. That meant a lot to me. A lot of people don't understand drawing the negative space. They're like, but there's nothing there. You see nothing. I see a whole bunch of stuff. Like, I see things that other people overlook. Shove over on that weird branch. Absolutely. Come out here. I have sandwiches and cookies. I don't buy into the Nicene Creed. That's true. I mean, a lot of people don't. Part of me does and part of me doesn't. The indoctrinated part does. The traditional part does. And then there's still little thoughts that go, wait a second. I have questions. I don't so much not believe in it, but I do have challenges for it. Like I do have points where I'm like, wait, hold up. I got a question. I have questions. Can we pick this apart for a little while? And that's what I'll do. That's where my brain goes. Poor Winnick. Let me tell you something. That man, he has sat there for endless hours and listened to my religious ramblings. And every once in a while, I'll stop and go, you with me? And yeah. And he's attentive. He remembers. And I'm like, all right, you're not giving me anything. Like, say something. And he's like, I don't know any of this. I'm just listening. And I'm like, am I boring you? Not at all. I'm like, all right. And he does. He encourages me to talk about that stuff because it's not stuff that he regularly talks about. It's not stuff that really existed in his world to the degree that it did in mine. So hearing my religious beliefs and my perspectives and the things that I've learned, and even just the stories, even stories that might not be true, but that are out there, like that I've just learned about, he enjoys that. And he's one of the only people I know of that I can sit and I can just talk about religion for hours and hours and hours. One night I talked to him about Adam and Eve and the concept of Lilith and everything, literally for about 6 hours. I don't think I stopped more than once to go pee, and that was it. And just to make sure he was okay. And he was just, no, keep going. He was like, this is all new to me. I'm like, okay. And it thrilled me to be able to have that conversation, because I was able to tell him all these things and then go, all right, now what? Tell me your take on all that. And he did. He had opinions on all of it. Yeah, he was like, wow, what you described is like this and this and this and this. And we had a really, really deep conversation. And I live for that kind of stuff. Like that energizes me more than anything else in this world. And it means more to me than 100 hugs or, like empty platitudes or just expected responses or cliches or whatever. Being able to open your mind and go, okay, but what if, and that means more to me, because that takes real vulnerability. That takes a respect for somebody that you don't see very often, because most people want to argue their points rather than listen to yours, because they sit there like you're doing, nerd, go no, rather than talk about it. You come at it like combative, and it makes me combative, which I don't really appreciate. But see, like Winning doesn't do that. He doesn't say, oh, you're wrong. Oh, that's no. He's like, all right, okay, but I remember this. So like, what do you think of that? And how does that fit in? But if that's true, then like if A is true, how can B be true? Okay, you told me about C, but then D comes into play, and we go back and forth and back and forth. He's not set. He's not no. Like he doesn't try to shut down my beliefs. He wants to understand why I believe the things I believe. It doesn't matter if it's going to change his mind or influence him or whatever. That's not his objective. His objective is to find out what my belief is and why. It's not to argue the point. It's to get a deeper understanding of why I think the way I think, why I believe the way I believe. And that takes a much more patient, accepting approach than what most people do. Not just you, most people. Wolfkinder. And like I said, when you come at me with a certain kind of energy, I'm going to match your energy every time, and you won't appreciate it. There are Protestant denominations that believe some of the things thought of as Catholic. Some of the things thought of as Catholic, which just means universal. I was raised Lutheran with many beliefs similar to Catholicism. Yeah, I don't know why people who are quote unquote just Christian, which there's no such thing as just Christian. There's going to be a denomination. They might not realize it, but there is. There's always a branch of something. Like Christianity is the placemat, and everything else is placed on a placemat. But it all like stems from it. Same thing. And then you have like Judaism and Hinduism. God, I can't even think of the other ones because I'm so like, mind you, don't take offense to anybody because I am doing this on 3 hours sleep, so I'm a little And I was supposed to stop this stream a while back. I'm so glad I said it was going to be short. And then I start talking about religion and off to the races I go. I had a feeling, though, God was going to play into this topic because I don't believe we'd have fate or free will without him. I think he gave us both. One is the destination, end road, and the other one is the vehicle on which we travel. Free will is the shoes we wear on the road of fate leading to our ultimate fate. And it's our free will that makes us stop, pause, get off, do a detour, whatever. But that path is still there. It's just a matter of when we feel like getting the fuck back on it. Goodness pub. I need a man for a few things, but if he could just hang out in the dark until I need him, that'd be great. Hang out silently in the dark until you need him. Girl, you are too much. Wolf Kindred 3 said a lot of this comes down to the mystery that is God. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. We're all just filling in the blanks. We're all guessing. I mean, beliefs are faith because we have nothing but words, really, and feelings to base them on. That's why faith is a huge thing. Our beliefs stem from the amount of faith. That's how strong our beliefs are, dependent on how strong our faith is. So if you were born like to be this super faithful person, which there are people whose faith is unwavering and like immeasurable. But then you have some who they have faith, but it's a little iffy. It's been tested and it's a little weak, but it's still there. It's still faith, but that feeds their belief system. And it feeds their their staunchness in that belief system. Their incorruptibility in that belief system. Their unwavering belief in their beliefs, believe it or not. That was cute. Shell. All right. But yeah, we all have beliefs that work for us to experience God in the best way that works for us. And I think that's part of the free will that God gave us. And he said, all right, I'm going to give you all these tools. It's up to you which ones you're going to learn how to use, which ones you're instinctually going to know how to use, and which ones are not going to benefit you and would be better put to better use by someone else. I think that's part of the choice. We're given an entire tool shed full of tools and we're like, okay, but I only need a hammer, a chisel, and a saw. Like, anybody else need like this like scythe or this, this like pitchfork or whatever? Like, all of that is in there. Somebody needs a nail, somebody needs a screw, somebody needs some rope. Those are their tools that they utilize in their faith and in their lives. And I think we all pick the tool that is best for us. Some of us pick many. Some of us try to pick them all. Some of us try them all just to figure out what works and what doesn't. But I think that's what God leaves up to us. As long as we're all going toward that goal of going back to him, toward him, I think that's what he had in mind. Jesus was called rabbi, and at that time it was traditional for rabbis to be married. That is true. It's more likely that he was married than he wasn't. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Maybe those women were the apostles' wives. I mean, maybe they could have been. A couple of those apostles, I believe, were married and left we're supposed to believe they just left their wife and families behind. I don't think so. It's a good possibility. Yeah, Ellie, it is a good possibility. I hate that there are chunks of Christ's life that are not in current scripture. Yep. I almost believe that they were recorded and then discarded and purposely kept out by men. Yeah, I believe that. I absolutely believe that. Somebody had to know. He had brothers. His mother was still alive when he died. His mother was visited by the Holy Spirit with the apostles. They were given the divine inspiration, light, and protection. How is it that none of that, like none of what went on, is written anywhere? How is it that she had nothing to say? Oh, because even women in ancient times were known for being quiet. Like, no, if I'm pretty sure if Jesus is her son and the son of God, and she knew that and everybody else knew that, they were going to have questions. She would have said something to someone at some point. And it's not like they had TV or other distractions. What did they have? They talked to one another. They had conversation. They had stories. That was the main currency of how to go from generation to generation. Their oral history was super important to them. It was always handed down. I mean, this is what they spent their time doing from when their children were born, was teaching them the family history, their lineage, they told them everything that happened. And that went on and on and on. The fact that they left out like pretty much 15 years of this man's life is ridiculous. It's absolutely ludicrous to me. Most women are not in scripture. Are we to believe that there was a total sausage fat? Yep. Mm-hmm. And that there weren't women to breed and procreate with. Yeah. Like a brood mare. I get it. No, I mean, I understand it completely. I do. And I mean, they want us to think that these men were absolutely chaste or whatever. That wasn't how it was then. That wasn't even how our priests were in the beginning. It just wasn't. They were meant to procreate because they were supposed to hand their knowledge that came from Jesus and God to their direct descendants so they could continue their work. That was the point. Most families were responsible for like a very niche part of life. You had carpenters, a father carpenter, a child, and then on and on and on for generations. That's why they were masters. They were masters of their craft. These were people who it's not like they can go to school and learn another trade. No, they're going to learn either from a master and become an apprentice, or they were going to learn from their father, grandfather, uncle, but from a family member. That's how they passed on what they knew. They couldn't just hand them a DVD and say, here you go, play this later. No, it had to be hands-on all the time. It was a constant learning experience. It was a constant exchange of talents and skills and information and stories, and it was contained within families, because to branch out and give it to another family, that didn't make any sense, because they wouldn't find the importance in it that your descendants would. You instill that importance in your descendants and you teach them everything about their lineage. That's why heritage is such a huge thing. That's why now we're so clusterfucked, because they teach us that, it doesn't matter where you came from. It doesn't, traditions, be new. You got to be independent. Get rid of old fashioned. Okay, it's old fashioned. Yes, it's traditional, meaning it's a tradition that goes back and back and back and back and back. Traditions exist for continuity, for stability. When you remove that, people just do what the fuck they want. You're literally a tree without roots. You're never going to stand on your own for long. You'll never be stable. And you won't grow to your full potential because you're not being fed what you need to grow. When you get rid of the traditions and you get rid of the importance of the family history and the stories, what are you left with? You're just floating around in your own little world of me, which I think is why we have so much narcissism in the world, because we've engineered it. We have engineered a world where people only think about themselves. They're not worried about doing their ancestors proud. My grandfather would never shame his family. His father wanted to do his family proud, but make them better. He didn't abandon who they were. He brought it with him and evolved into something better with those old things with him. He carried on. He carried them into the future because they were important. You think what my great grandfather did is important to my kids or as important as it was to me? No. Was it as important to me as it was to my uncle? I'm not saying my mother because only my mother is important to my mother, but like to my uncle, probably not. Nowhere near as important as it was to my grandfather. My grandfather could tell you every single relative for 4 generations back because he knew all the relatives, he knew all the stories because his mother and father sat him down many, many times over breakfast, over lunch, over dinner, at night before they went to bed, while they were sitting, in the living room just relaxing because they didn't have a TV, they didn't have a radio, they had each other. All right, tell me a story. All right, let me tell you a story about your great, great, great grandfather. He did, blah, 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 blah. Because of him, we have this. Because of him, we do this. They took the time and they gave the information and they learned the lessons. We don't do that. We're too busy. There are exceptions to the rules. Some of us do, tell the stories. I tell my kids the stories all the time. Do they know half the stories that I know? No. Some of them I don't even know how to explain because in this world, it's so foreign. They look at me like, oh my God, how backwards thinking were they? They weren't. They were correct for their time. That's what they were. Did we get better? Yes, but that's who they were. I don't judge them for who they were. That's how their world was. How could they be different from the world that they were in when they didn't have knowledge of something different? That was the acceptable norm. That was what was correct at the time. I can't blame them for that. Morally, in their time, they were correct. They were adhering to the morals of the time. Now we look back and go, that was iffy. Like, can't believe you did that. But to them, it was everybody did it. Yeah, and they're trying to use that type of thinking to make this bullshit nowadays acceptable. And it's not the same animal. That's making a very different comparative argument. Like you're literally doing apples and snake skin. Like you can't. You just can't hold them up. The decisions about what to put in the Bible happened 500 years after Jesus found the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi scrolls put some puzzle pieces back. Yes, but by that point, the Catholic Church would never accept those. Never. Book of Enoch, they would never accept that. Dead Sea Scrolls are like, nah, it's rubbish. Nope. Yeah. Because they had everything set. And the only time the Catholic Church changes anything is when it benefits them. Like Vatican II. They change some traditions. Okay, the priests have to face the congregation. And all right, you could read the Bible if you want. Okay, we'll stop doing it every mass in Latin. We'll start doing it in other languages so you maybe understand it, from an earlier age. Because let's face it, a 3-year-old is going to understand you telling them a story in the language that they speak, be it English, Spanish, Italian, whatever. Latin, not so much. Maybe way back, but people didn't speak Latin like conversationally. Normal people, like village people and stuff like that, the people that actually need the religion. The people who need the religious instruction, I should say, because religion wasn't something you were able to learn on your own. You weren't allowed for God millennia, but like, yeah, it wasn't until like the 1600s that people were actually allowed to read the Bible themselves, and that was what Protestantism was about. It was about, hey, you can't keep the Bible from me. What's wrong with you? I have every right to read that as much as every priest does. That's what began that. That was the major thing that Lutheranism pushed, Protestantism pushed. People forget that. Reading the Bible, we consider it just an everyday right. Like it's just a thing we can do. We don't even appreciate it for what it was. There was wars about that, just that fact. Elephant, I believe that many missing pieces are held at the Vatican Library. Wolfkenda, do you know that if I was to be given one wish to spend 24 hours or like, a weekend doing anything in the world that I want, that's what I want to do? I want full access to the Vatican Library. That's all I want. I mean, my ultimate wish would be just, Katie. But like a personal wish for me and me alone, that would be it. Just give me a couple days. I don't need to sleep. I don't need to eat. I don't need nothing. Just let me have access to the Vatican Library. Just let me look. Let me look. I wouldn't even know where to begin. But you begin at the beginning. So I'd have to spend like years thinking, where am I going to start? But yeah, that would be my one wish, is to just have some time in the Vatican archives and be like, God, go see what we got. I think I'd be overwhelmed just by the feel of the place. I've seen it in like movies and stuff, like the actual like archives. I've seen documentaries and whatever. And it brings tears to my eyes because the knowledge, and you all should know, knowledge is pretty much one of my top 2 priorities in life. Like, but I can't run on a lack of knowledge. I need information. And I have this unquenchable thirst to learn. That is an entire place with answers to so many mysteries that I would have to wait till I got to heaven to find out. I would love, you don't have to give me the answers, but give me more information, give me more clues. Point me in a better direction. That's what I want. I'm not offended. I was just curious about what you thought. Jeez. Yeah, but you got to work on your delivery, nerd, because you come off very combative. I love you, but you do. It's sometimes it just, it feels like you always want to start a fight. And I'm not dogging you for it. I'm just saying it's something you might want to be aware of. I know I come across very aggressive a lot of the time, but I try not to be unnecessarily aggressive. I realize not everyone sees things the way I do. I love y'all regardless. Oh, honey. And this is a very interesting conversation, right? HT. Hey, HT, what's up? Moses was at the transfiguration when God said, "This is my beloved son." Was he? That's not in the Catholic thing. So I don't remember that in the Catholic Bible, in the Catholic teachings, I should say. I'm going to write that down. I want to look at that because it's something I don't know about. And you don't get offended if I say I got to write that down. I got to look into that. It's not that I'm doubting you. It's that I want to know because there's a gap in my knowledge and that's just unacceptable. Moses. I wrote it down. That's another one. Outpost is making a reference used by some biblical scholars that comments made by Jesus refer back to the I am statements God made to Moses. Okay. I am who am, I believe he said. Yeah, I guess. I can't remember it completely. Again, I am not a theologian. I learn what I learn and I try to like hold on to it, make sense of it, but I don't know everything. So like that's more stuff I have to look into. But that'll come. I want to look into the old one, the other one first, the old one. Mary is the Immaculate Conception. Absolutely. And the thing was she was divine as well. And she started out that way because she was born of Saint Anne, who was super old and supposedly couldn't have children. And God said, no, you're gonna have a child and you're gonna name her Mary. And I will see her soon. She's important to me. She's gonna be my vessel. She'll be my vessel within which I will bring my son into this world. Basically to save humanity, to cleanse them and welcome them back into heaven. I love that each person has a personal relationship with God. We all see him and interact with him differently. And that's the thing. That's what's important. It's not what belief system you have. It's that you believe in something greater than yourself, greater than all of us, because that's what keeps us humble. And you do have to have a certain amount of humility and modesty to live a good life. You see what hubris gives people. It makes them make horrible mistakes that affect everybody around them, sometimes on a global scale. All these elitists, they don't believe in God. They say they have, I'm Catholic, I'm this, I'm that. Blah, 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 blah. No, they believe in themselves. They believe in themselves and their power. And they wouldn't put so much stock in their power here if they believed in a power above them that will judge them at the end of their lives. They're not afraid of that power. They think their power trumps the other, or the other just doesn't exist. And that's what makes them go crazy and become these globalist fanatics who want to rule over everybody else. Everybody who's too stupid, you're too ignorant to make your own decisions. You believe in God? Or what do you believe in, Santa Claus? That's how they look at us. Like we're just dumb children and we're just going to swallow whatever they say and do whatever they say because they know better because they're powerful. Well, there's somebody more powerful than you. And eventually you're going to meet them and hopefully you're going to change your ways before you do, or you're going to pay the price. That's my only consolation when these fucks do what they do. Is that, okay, you're doing this? You're going to have to answer for all this one day. It will power much, much more discerning and able to dole out consequences than you. You are answerable to somebody else. You haven't met them yet, but you will. You will. And may God have mercy on your soul because you don't have mercy on any of ours. Yeah, some of the testimonies are probably someone ate some really good shrooms. Some religions that I've come across where the people say things, I'm like, bro, you got any of that left? Because I would love to experience that just once. Archaeology studying the wine vessels at the time of Jesus found that most wine also included other plants and herbs. Yes, hallucinogens. Yeah, because they didn't know what some of the herbs did. But then again, they knew a lot more about the herbs of the times than we did. So God only knows if they knew how to counter the effects of the herbs they needed to use. You don't know. Some sound like lucid wet dreams. I mean, some of these religions, yeah. And remember, they didn't sit down and drink water very often. They didn't have juice and stuff like that. They didn't have tea and coffee. They basically drank wine. Good wine, bad wine. They had ale. They had stuff like that. They had stuff that was fermented because it sat around because they didn't have refrigeration. They didn't have any of that. They didn't like pre-plan. Oh, I meal prepped for the next week. They didn't do that. You ate then and there, you cooked then and there, and you had grains. You did everything from scratch. You couldn't go to the store and buy a loaf of bread. You probably could, but there was, not a store. It was a baker. But for the most part, you did everything in your home. You did everything on the spot. You only had things that stored well. Anything perishable was like, okay, it's got a really short shelf life. A beverage would be one of them. Water was essential, especially in that area, was more essential and important for the animals and the crops than it was for you. You could exist on the other things. Whatever is handy. I went down some rabbit hole not long ago with an archaeologist who claimed he found the Ark of the Covenant and it was located in an underground cavern in Israel. The Ark of the Covenant. Why was I thinking Noah's Ark? I was like, I thought they found that on the side of a mountain. The Ark of the Covenant, it was located in an underground cavern in Israel. The Ark of the Covenant was made from acacia wood, which is a hallucinogen. Huh. I didn't know that. I found it super interesting, and I think it's possible. I mean, the Ark of the Covenant, that was supposed to be housed in Solomon's temple. And apparently, I think when it was raided by, was it the Turks? The Moors? The Templars? I forget. But, during one of the sacks of Solomon's temple, because it's been destroyed a couple times, hasn't it? Didn't they scurry off with it? They hid it somewhere. So it being found in an underground cavern in Israel wouldn't surprise me. I also don't think there was just the one. Because I think with how badly they were at war, for so long with so many different people, I think things had to have happened to it. But it's easier to move the contents of the ark than it is to move the ark. And that was probably a really good distraction too, to leave the ark behind and just move the contents and create another Ark of the Covenant. I don't think there was just the one. I saw that guy. Interesting. There was also the idea that there were also multiple arks. Yeah, see? I believe that. I didn't see the thing, but that's always been something that logically my mind came up with, because it's these people, they were battling, so there's strategy involved. Battles were not a surprise. It's not like they were just like, oh my God, they're dropping out of the sky, because they didn't do that. They had time to make plans and contingency plans and backups for those backup plans. So, everybody had a job then. Some people, it was just their job their entire life to guard the tombs in the Temple of Solomon, to guard, the artifacts, to guard the relics. That was their job. That was their only job. They weren't like somebody come along and go, hey, do me a favor, go run and get me a cup of whatever. No, you didn't fuck with the person that was, in charge of that. That was their thing. And that also, those secrets got handed generation to generation. You usually didn't hire outside that guy's family. If he guarded the Ark of the Covenant, more than likely, so did his father, so did his grandfather, so did his great-grandfather, because there would be secrets involved that would only be trusted to that family. It wasn't something you applied for the position and they said, okay, I'm going to tell you all these secrets. Oh, you're fired. No, you kept it in families so that the oath was maintained, the secrecy was maintained. And if that bloodline ran out, if that lineage ended, the secrets and knowledge died with them, usually. But it kept them safe, and it kept their contingency plans safe and their strategy safe, which helped them protect their religion. Alifa, I don't know it all, but my understanding was the ark is a holding vessel and also an altar to worship. Just a thought I had. Yeah. The stone sarcophagus in the king's chamber and the great pyramid is exact size for the ark to fit inside. Nice. I mean, that would be ironic, wouldn't it? That they escaped Egypt and got, they went on this pilgrimage into the desert, and he went up on Mount Sinai and he got the sacraments, and he got the commandments, I should say. And they created the ark and everything, and that eventually wound up back to the place they escaped from for safekeeping. That would be ironic, and that would be God's sense of humor. Because I do believe irony is God's sense of humor. Les, how you doing, Les? How long you been here? Mama's babies, daddy's maybes. Wait, wasn't there a saying about, now nobody from Louisiana take umbrage at this, but wasn't there a saying something about every baby in Louisiana knew who its mama was and was a little iffy on the daddy? There's a saying about that. I can't remember what it was, but you might not know who your daddy was, but you knew who your mama was. Like everybody knew who your mama was. And that's what they depended on. That's why women, like the whole voodoo thing and everything, women were predominant in that. Because they were the keepers of the bloodline. I love y'all. Oh, I love you too. We love you. This is like I said, this is a safe place. I don't want arguing. I want discussion. So there's no poo-pooing on anybody else's ideas. There's just, okay, maybe that's right, but we don't make really like definitive statements because we don't want anybody to be shy about sharing their opinions. The ark is interesting, Wolfkinder said. If you touch it, you die. It was carried around the city of Jericho daily for a week before the trumpets brought the city walls down. Yes. And the thing is, if you touch, if you touch the actual vessel itself, that's why they created the carrying posts to go through it. But like the ark, like Noah's ark and the Ark of the Covenant, they were both given specific measurements by God himself through whatever prophet he sent at the time to be made, I believe. Like Noah was told that his ark had to be this many, cubits, I think they used as measurement, units of measurement. I think they were called cubits, and they very different from anything we have now. But he was told the specific dimensions, even what type of wood to use, and he had to carry that out to the letter as per God's instructions. And it was the same thing with the covenant. With the Ark of the Covenant, they were told, I believe, if I'm not remembering this, if I'm not, like cross-referencing thing or crossing my knowledge, I do believe that the Ark of the Covenant they were told specific measurements, materials, and everything else to make the ark out of, which made it kind of directly made by God. And that was why it was able to house the commandments and keep them from deteriorating or anything else. Like it kept them pristine and immaculate. The same way that when people die and they're to be sainted, their bodies are uncorrupted by anything biological. They don't decay. There's no degradation. They remain intact for sometimes centuries. That it goes against the laws of nature because it's no longer adhering to the laws of nature. It's adhering to the laws of the divine. And that's what makes them sainted. That used to be one of the, prerequisites for sainthood. Your body had to be uncorrupted after death. It could not show any kind of decomposition. I think I'd freak out if I opened a tomb that's had a body in it for like 500 years and the person still looks the same. Like, I'm expecting just mummy dust. And oh, look, like her hair still shines. What the fuck? Like, it would freak me out. I'll be perfectly honest. It would freak me out because to me, there's almost no greater evidence of God on earth than the non-decomposition of a saint. It's not something you encounter ever. So when you do, yeah, it's got to be divine. I don't see how it could be anything else. I mean, I'm willing to hear arguments, but in my mind, the only thing that makes sense is because it's not earthly any longer. It was so instilled with the divine that it was closer to God's realm than the mortal realm. So it wouldn't be corruptible. It would be eternal as God intended it to be. It doesn't mean their soul is still in there. Yeah, he takes their soul, but the vessel that housed their soul has been so imbued with the pureness of that soul, with the divinity of that soul, that it is incorruptible to man's vision of time, I guess you would say. And yeah, I always love the story of Jericho with how it brought the walls down. That was just, go around one more time, go around again and sing this song, play your trumpets, do this. And God had like all the stories. God was like, do this, do this, do this, and then see what happens. Just trust me. It was, it's like when your mother says, if you do this, and do this, something good is going to happen. Just trust me, go do it. And then you do, and you're like, oh my God, that was awesome. Like, and she's like, I told you, but you don't know that it's going to happen. You just have to have faith in the person giving you the instructions that they know what they're talking about. And that was the whole thing with David, with Jericho and everything. Like, they had to have faith that God had their back. Otherwise they were just going to look like a bunch of chumps just going around the city a bunch of fucking times for a week playing music. And they're like, all right, we look stupid. At the end of that, they're like, all right, nothing happened. Oh, we gave them a week worth of music and a parade. Like, no, God had a plan and you had to earn it. Did their marching do it? Not initially, no. Did the trumpets do it? Not initially, no. Did the ark do it? Not initially, no. Who did it? God did it, because you did what he told you to do. You showed faith without any evidence, without even a guarantee. You showed extreme faith in God and you carried out his word and his direction. And so you did that and you completed it. And was what you did what brought the walls down, or was it God saying, okay, you did it, walls are down? Was it the power of God that brought them down? I believe it was the power of God. Like, God said, okay, you did it. Now you get your reward. And down came the walls. I don't believe it was the trumpets. I don't believe it was the city walls. But I think that those were things God said to do because they took faith. They took perseverance. They took the, not ability, but the people had to decide that they were going to put themselves out there like this and make themselves targets and identify themselves as believers in God and believers in the fact that they were the chosen people and that these other people needed to be punished and whatever. Like, it chose how do I say this? It required an action and testament of faith. extreme faith for God to go, okay, I'm going to do what needs to be done, what you need to be done. The reward comes after the lesson or after the action. I don't think that the trumpets had shit to do with it. Same how I see things others don't. Yep. Cookies. I always have cookies. Girl, sometimes they're even special cookies. Lady Awesome loves you too, Ellie. We all love Ellie. So I've been sent to a lunch run later. Later, nerd. Yay, phone call again. Love you too, Ellie. In ya, out ya, all around ya. Ellie said, what if the power from the ark was decommissioned, so to speak? Or what if the material it was made of was toxic and that's why? What do you mean decommissioned? Like retired because they found out that the material was toxic? I mean, maybe it was made out of toxic material on purpose so that there would be an immediate consequence to anybody who fucked with it. Because the people who knew about it would know not to touch certain parts of it or whatever. They would know how to handle it, right? That would be an inner circle secret. That would be a lineage secret. If somebody came in and tried to steal from it and they didn't know and the material is toxic, that's an automatic, like immediate consequence that they have to suffer. And that would also be a way to, like, if it was toxic and they like got a rash or they got burned or whatever, that's an immediate way for somebody to say, oh, look, it burned him. It burned him. One, it identifies the person who's transgressing and committing the crime. And two, that person is going to be an example and it's going to be a deterrent to anybody else who thinks they want to steal. Because they're going to say, oh, they're not going to know that it's toxic material. They're going to think it was God striking, this man with this affliction because he touched something holy that he shouldn't have. So nobody should touch it. Nobody touch it. It's almost like a layer of protection. No? I would think strategy wise, like that's pretty fucking smart. Make it out of toxic materials and only tell a choice few who should have access to what's inside, how to avoid the consequence, how to avoid the toxicity and keep it within a very specific group that's handed down generation to generation to generation. Loose lips sink ships. I thought you were leaving, nerd. We'll talk about it later. I'm 45 minutes behind in chat, so I don't even know how to answer half of this. Wolf Kinder, I have had multiple conversations as an adult where people said that Catholics aren't Christians. I don't understand where that's coming from. Catholics are Christians, but they're not like Christian. See, that's it's like a SAT question. Catholics are Christians, but Christians aren't Catholics. But Catholics don't adhere to purely Christian beliefs. They also, a lot of the Old Testament, a lot of the Jewish traditions and beliefs honestly do carry over. Like we have a lot in common with the Jewish religion. It's just that they got to Christ and said, he's not the Messiah. And we said, hold up. Yes, he is. And that's kind of where the break happens. In my mind, that's the simplest way for me to look at it. Catholics do have, and so do Christians, have a lot that come from Judaism. You can't get to one without the other. Judaism can exist on its own without any type of Christianity. It doesn't ever have to touch Christianity. But you can't get Christianity without the Jewish traditions and lore and everything else that came before it. Because you can't teach about the commandments in the New Testament, and as a Catholic, you can't adhere to them if you don't acknowledge that Moses existed and the Exodus happened and all of that. So you have to go through the Old Testament, which the Old Testament is predominantly Jewish lore. It's Jewish stories that we change some stuff or whatever. I'm not entirely sure what's different. I do know a lot of what's the same. But you can't have Christianity or Catholicism. You can't have Catholicism without Christianity. You can't have Christianity without Judaism. You can't. You can argue with me all you want, but you can't. It's the foundation. We just believe that Jesus was the Messiah. The Jewish people don't believe the Messiah has come yet. So they don't believe Jesus was the Messiah. They believe he existed. They believe he was a prophet of very high standing, like Elijah, or maybe even like Enoch, but they don't believe. Was it Enoch? I think God walked with Enoch, right? Because Enoch didn't die. He walked off with God and just was gone. At least that's what they say. But like, that's how that goes. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. I forgot. Wait. Damn it. I forgot I was getting things delivered. Crap. I forgot to approve my damn shit. See, I got talking to you guys. Oh, Lord. Yes. Done. Crap. Submit. I'm live, Connor. What happened? When's the what? I don't know, Connor. I'm worried more about the damn groceries that I forgot were coming and I don't have my phone on sound and shit. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Look outside the door. Not there? Good. Okay. Oof, Lord. No. Okay, so damn it. Sorry, guys. Just bear with me 2 seconds. Well, apparently we're not getting bread because I didn't see a thing because I was so into this conversation that I wasn't supposed to have. Anyway, I forgot I ordered groceries. God forgive me. But all right. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Which means I gotta wrap this up because I have no idea where my groceries are. I don't know. So yeah, so that's the whole thing. Like, Catholics are Christians. Christians are not Catholics. But like, you can't have Catholics without Christianity, and you can't have Christianity without Judaism. The break is where the Messiah enters the picture. What happens if we die? We find out that everything everyone thought is ultimately wrong, and we only have some of it right about what comes next. As long as there's always going to be something that comes next. Most of us are going to get it wrong. We're mortal and fallible. You know, there's very select few that God spoke directly to. So that's where faith comes in. You have faith. You have faith in God. You have faith in the universe. Like I said, I believe the universe was made by God, so it's still divine. When people say I believe in the power of the universe, I'm like, good. Because God created the universe in my mind. So you're still believing in God. It's just you're choosing not to go beyond a certain level. Like, you got to this level and that's where your comfort was. And I don't think God has a problem with that. I really don't. I expect we're all wrong because there's just no way to be right. Like I said, we're all assuming and guessing because there's no way to prove it until we get there. It's with anything in life. You know, you could go on vacation and have all these expectations and nothing of it could come to fruition. You could wind up having a better time, a worse time, or just a completely different time. Expectations are man-made. They're not evidence. They're just what we hope. Yeah, and it's what experience and hope and everything, you know, cooked together creates. Um, and it's beyond what any of us can even imagine, think, or conceive. Otherwise, we would wake up there and die here. I mean, like I said, I don't think our brains are capable of understanding. No matter the smartest man on the planet, still cannot understand the power of God, or anything higher than this plane. Like realizing you're dreaming and kicking you out of sleep. I've done that. Anyway, read the poem "The Egg." I have not. I'm gonna wrap this up though. I'm sorry, Thomas. I'm so sorry because I really need to know where these groceries are. No, nerd. You and I will talk later because I don't want to do this in chat. And this, you always choose to do it here, and I don't like it. I would rather have a private conversation, and we will when I have time. I'm busy right now. There's an interesting conversation. Hey, honey, I just met this guy, Jesus. I'm going on the road with him with some guys. Don't know when I'll be back. Batteries in God's power. Oh, okay. Let's see. Pretty sure we're all on an ant farm. I'm okay with worshiping the God who can shake my world, even if I'm wrong. Yeah. And I do think that God is like looking at us like an etch a sketch right now. Like, really? I just want to shake you. What? I just want to shake you. Oh my God, Shelley, don't get me sucked into genealogy. We could talk for years about it. And someday we might. We might. People couldn't read. That's why Beautifully Stained Glass told the Bible stories. Absolutely. And I love those. Outpost, no apologizing. If you believe that, stand up. Yeah. But just don't. We'll talk about it later. My feelings are not hurt by your beliefs. They're better than other beliefs. I'm pretty sure I don't have to pray for your belief in God. No, believe what you want. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. It's just, I accept your belief. Don't come at me for mine. I think coming out of the Vatican Library would have you looking like Moses coming down from the mountain. Probably. But I'd be Moses coming down from the mountain with a smile on my face. Because that's like the ultimate wish fulfilled. The ultimate wish. I just watched the South Park and the Simpsons, and they meant to predict everything. Fate versus free will turned into fate. How appropriate. Yeah, I mean, I really did not start out with that. I thought this was going to be a, lighthearted stream, but I should have known. Don't knock me for being a pastafarian. She loves her. I'm not gonna say. Mead was a meal in a glass, had lots of nutrients. It's true. And it was medicinal as well. I would like to join your religion, Anya, only if it means I get to eat pasta daily. She's you're a pastafarian, and see, I can't call it pasta. It hurts. It burns. I'm a macaronian. There you go. I'm a macaroni of the gravy sect. I'm waiting for that to be found on an Oak Island. Fingers crossed. Ark, come back, right? We have enough flooding. Christ. The original info on how to make the Ark looks like a wide band receiver. Does it? Really? Huh. Puffer Goodwin. We had the spaghetti god and his son Jesus. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Also a short round Gouda. Can't. All right. The descriptions too of the bronze discs on the angels sound an awful lot like some sort of time, space, and beyond travel tech. Wheels within wheels, etc. Yeah. There was, the directions were supposed to be divine and mysterious. I earwormed myself. can't breathe. Holy shit. Y'all are making me laugh. You suck. You suck. Ah, God. All right. You mean like I'm getting stressed out because these damn groceries, it's making me like I'm starting to get a panic attack. So if I go a little weird, just forgive me because I'm feeling very like stressed right now. You mean like all the people with info on building the original pyramids being zapped by backed up static charge, ending all info on how they built them so future generations end up building smaller. Could be. One's the hardware by cutting actual stone because they had no info on polymers and the chemistry behind it. Is that the way in traditional Hebrew Jewish literature? If your mother's not Jewish, you are not born Jewish. I believe that's it. The Ark supposedly also killed anyone who got too close that had been doing things like eating pork and such, like you had consumed a receiver molecule. I don't know, Thomas. That's all very interesting. I know nothing about that. Yes, they use qubits then. Thank you, Wolfram. I know I'm behind. I'm 20 minutes behind. If anyone talks to Dart soon, tell him his dada was a Jew. Oh my God, I hate you for that. I have to pee. That was not funny, Inya. It was really funny. Cubits were basically the distance from fingertips to elbows. Thank you, Wolfram. I appreciate that. And so it changed from one builder to another. Yes, and that's why they couldn't replicate it because God gave the direction specifically to one person. The cubit would be done. The measurements, if he knew the man that he was, gave the directions to, he would know what the length of his arm would be. He would automatically know the correct measurements to give him to create what he needed. So yes, it would change from person to person, but not for God. God could keep changing the measurements from person to person and using the same materials and using the same measurement because he would do it for that person. So much for standardization. That's true, but then it couldn't be replicated based on the dimensions that were given to Noah. If somebody wanted to like make another ark 2 or 3 generations down the line, and they use the same specifications, it's not going to come out the same because they're not the same size as him. That was the point. They could not replicate it. It was a once, in a lifetime thing. It was a unique relic, a unique holy relic. Like Melified man embalmed by honey. Ugh. There are a few videos of people constructing accurate replicas of the ark and the amount of energy it gives off. I saw one where it sparked on fire and melted the angels on top. Oh my goodness. Saint Bernadette is supposed to be beautiful. Yes, she is. I've heard that. Yes. I gotta go. Okay, bye, lady. Awesome. Love you. Watching the Karen Reed trial. I know I'm getting off like in 2 seconds. I mean, not getting off because phrasing, but I'm leaving in like 2 minutes. That story about the walls falling down from the effect of Tesla. If you hit a resonance in the building on a nearly shakable apart in the form of tech, we can understand today to some degree, even if working out that the math is to make it happen and not something that we can do even today with supercomputers. Okay. I mean, I don't think that anything that was made then should be replicated because I mean, they didn't have the best of luck with things back then either. I think God works within the 3D laws of his creation. The marching and the trumpets and the ark all work to disrupt the wall's construction with vibration. I believe that that's a possibility that we adopt to explain it. But if you're going to go the divine route, I mean, God had the power to take that down with a thought. Wait, what? Federal judge sentences the man convicted of attacking Paul Pelosi to 30 years in prison. Breaking news. So there you go. So there's that. Sorry for that. Because I keep looking at my phone to see if they're delivering. Thomas, I'm with you. Wait, I missed something. Sounds like those explosive ink packages in money to identify those that the ransom. Oh yeah, yeah, like a imprinting, like a way to brand somebody immediately so that they're the known thief. That's what used to happen with people that use certain kind of herbs to poison other people. They would check the people's hands to see if they were dyed that color, if they had a rash or whatever, and because they knew what those herbs did if they were touched. And most likely the people who were doing it didn't. But the doctors knew, and like the what do they call? There were people who were literally just in charge of poisons and stuff like that in the old days. They were masters of it. Like they had to know everything about it. Yep, that's what the oscillator that Nikola Tesla built that nearly shook that skyscraper apart was based on. Oh crap. Thomas, I'm with you there. It's a much simpler material tech. So it was within human mind capability to calibrate or to calculate what he needed to oscillate at, unlike a complex stone wall. That vibration tech is also how dude was moving around massive stones for the coral castle. He was vibrating things, so his pressure on the stones caused it to move every time it was bumped up against us, moved over time. Oh shit. Like having a pager or a phone that starts vibrating and the table is sloped, so the device seems to start sliding across the table. Yes. It's just falling between each vibration in the direction of the slope. See, now my mind understood that, and I suck at science. Jesus and his disciples were Jewish. Yes. Gee, Shelley, give up the deal with your foot. No, give up, go deal with your foot. I can't. No, I got to see this through to the end. You know that. I can't leave things unfinished. It's not in my personality. 357. Yay. Hi, honey. Miss Shelley. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, honey. I haven't seen you in a bit. How you doing? You okay? Wait, keep talking to why you almost there? Boy. Shelly, I'm getting off in a few seconds. Oh, the batteries included the groceries. No, I have those right in the drawer. Don't even, please, Wolfram. What am I, new? I never do anything without a backup. That's all right. Y'all need to see the new trailer that Winning made. It's beautiful. It's a dance video. And it's perfect. And Wolfram's in it. Because Wolfram went and hid. So Winning was like, hold that thought, I'll be right back. And, faster than Bob's your uncle, Wolfram was in that trailer. But the thing, like, I watched it, and I mean, I've watched it like 40 times, I think, in a row, because I love it. But I said, you made yourself full-bodied in the background. And he was like, yeah. I was like, your avatar has a body. He was like, yeah. I was like, I'm in the middle, backing my ass up against a very certain party. He was like, oh, jeez. Sorry. But when you see, he won't give me the file. He didn't give me the file yet, but I want it. Yeah, it's like a whole body reface. Me. It's me as that like Egyptian looking party girl. And I'm right in the middle, and I'm dancing, and I literally back up onto him. So it's just like, So I wonder why I watched it 40 times, and why I'll watch it 40 more. LA traffic talk. Take the 110 to the 105 to the Mulholland exit and get off. Surgeons keeping the beeper game alive, right? They're the only ones that have them. Not even drug dealers have them anymore. It used to be like if you had a beeper, they were like, are you a drug dealer? No, I just don't have a phone. Like, I'm out a lot. People need to contact me. It was funny. But yeah, no, I can't wait for him to give me that file in my StreamYard. Oh, there you go. You too. Go watch the video. Wolfram, is that the link to the trailer? Because that's hilarious. Did you clip it? I can't see it because I can't click links from here. But oh my God, I love it. 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 Honestly, I think it's one of the top 2 that he's made in my head. At the 1 hour 25-minute mark. Shelley, what if they kept the person's arm for future building? Well, they would have to know to do it. And I mean, not for nothing, but everybody was wiped out, right? I mean, for the ark, it was just him and his family. What if that was what Ham was doing? That he cursed Ham and his son when he said, oh, he saw him naked. What if he was estimating the length of his arm in comparison to like his own? And he took it as something else, right? Because Noah was drunk and in his own tent and he was naked. And Ham went in and saw, Noah naked, but he was also drunk. What if he tried to, measure his arm while he was inebriated? Maybe what if that's the whole mystery of why because they never say precisely why he cursed Ham's lineage. Maybe that's why Noah did it. Maybe that's the information he was trying to get. Huh. No, it is about the arm, but yeah, maybe, I mean, that could be part of it. I wonder if anybody ever thought of that, because if a cubit is, that measurement is to Noah's exact specifications of the size of his arm from wrist to elbow, then he would have protected that information. Only his family would be close enough to get that kind of information. What if somebody wanted to build another ark and Ham said, well, for the right price, I'll go in and measure my father's arm and I'll get a piece of string or whatever and see exactly how long it is. And then I'll give that to you and you could rebuild. That is really interesting, because what if that's what happened? They don't explain it. Like, it's even I've been through that passage so many times because that's a mystery. It's a huge mystery to me. And I've been through that, and they just talk about, Noah was drunk, which he wasn't known for being. He was naked, which was not ordinary, and they said that like the brothers wouldn't go in. And then when they went in, they escorted their brother out, but they wouldn't look at their father. They just covered him. They covered him and they basically like frog marched their brother out, but they never turned and like looked at him. Huh. Oh my God, that's going to sit in my brain forever, because that's a really, really, that's a valid reason. I mean, that's an option that I never thought of before. Holy shit. You just blew my mind. Oh my God. Because that would make so much sense. Because somebody would pay dearly to be able to recreate the ark, to have a vessel of the divine in their power. And they could sell that. You know how much somebody would pay for that even back then? A recreation of the ark? Like, wow, that's a highly plausible option. Holy crap. Reason, I should say. Wow, you just blew my mind. Hi, Andrew. I'm about to end the stream because I'm waiting for groceries and I don't know where they are. But I suggest, if you want to hear a lot of back and forth on religion, go right back to being, I think today was an amazing stream. I had such a good time with y'all. I don't get to flex that muscle very often, the religious muscle, because it just causes so much strife among people. But I really feel like we had a great conversation. Thank you very much for that. It wasn't all like, like jibs and jabs and ha-ha-has, but wow. So I have a lot to think about now. Like a lot. Thank you so much. I can't. Thank you, Andrea. I mean, well, Ellie just gave me a suggestion that just clicked a couple things into place, and now I have like a whole bunch of stuff to think about, and it always makes me happy. But yeah, no, oh my God. The best engineers in the world can't replicate the periods. We're in trouble, y'all. But like, if it was done in qubits like that, like if you had a way to recreate something that the measurements could only be taken from the person who made it, how many people would try to steal that information? How far would they go? Would they hire, I don't know, the man's son? There's a reason he cursed him and his grandson and the whole freaking lineage. Like, there's a reason why he found him and what he did unforgivable. My strife pocket is empty. Fill it up, Shelly. I mean, go back to the beginning. I cried. Don't worry about it. There's always strife somewhere. 357, you're not allowed to have strife right now. You're good. We love you. I missed you. Don't stay away, okay? Elephant, cold arms means small arms equals small cube. I don't think the bones work that way. I think that's why they used elbow to wrist instead of other things, because there's no shrinkage. And on that blasphemous note, you heathens, oh my God. I'm going to go get my groceries, or at least find out where the hell they are, because they're not here. And I forgot them. Anyway, as long as they're not melting somewhere, I don't care. Bones, Shelly Bones. I mean, bones. Listen, not every man's bone is the same. I'm just saying. Anyway, I'm going. That's it. I'm going. All right. I love you all. This was a fantastic stream. I can't tell you how happy this has made me. You really put me in a fantastic mood. I'm not even redirect. I'm just going to let you go because I need to. So I love you. I will see you. I will be around in chat for Winning Saturday Night Show. And I will be doing the documentary show with him on Sunday. And then I will see you Monday morning. And I'm sure I'll see you guys in chat. Make sure to do me a favor and make sure you're still subscribed so that I know I didn't lose anybody. And I will see you in the funny papers. Bye. I love y'all. Mwah.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey met a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side lights in a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a